And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole meeting for October 29th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act FOIP 41. So with that, I will call the meeting to order at 9:02. We have an agenda before us. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'd like to, pardon me, I'd like to add an item to the agenda, discussion on county recreation.
County recreation. Where would we add that to?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, Tracy Lynn? We need to do a vote for the amendment, correct? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Reeve Swanson and the council. This is a Strategic Planning Committee meeting, and Councillor Ratcliffe did notify the CAO that he was thinking of doing an addition to the agenda. Administration's recommendation is that there be a notice of motion made, and then possibly once that notice of motion is completed, it could be added to the November 12th council meeting, because there is some background information on the topic.
Okay. So would that be, could we formally go through a notice of motion then for that, for discussion on November the 12th? Or is this?
That's one option. No, this isn't really emergent. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
If I may ask a question, is
Yes.
this in regards to the Active Community Initiative Program application?
It's one of the factors, yes.
Okay, so a preliminary research into that program, municipalities are ineligible for that grant funding.
Are not eligible.
So not sure if that has any implications, impact to the request, but municipalities are not able to apply for that grant.
Okay. All right. So would a formal notice of motion then come forth so we could have a better discussion on November 12th?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. So I would look to Ms. Haight. It would still come as a formal note. We would still have to go through a motion to amend the meeting, and then if the motion is defeated, or amend the agenda, if the motion is defeated, then Councillor Ratcliffe would go through a formal notice of motion, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right. Would you like to make that motion then to amend the agenda?
Yes, I will make that motion to amend the agenda.
All right. So for the balance of council, understanding what the notice of what the addition would be, before we start, before I call the question, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to give Councillor Radcliffe some background. I do have a notice of motion in. You guys would have gotten it yesterday for the November 12th meeting with regards to Ferrier Garth community and recreation in that aspect. Perhaps there's an opportunity for us to have a more robust conversation when if that notice of motion passes for the November 12th meeting. I'm not sure if that would be adequate, but I just wanted to give you some of that background that I do have an official notice of motion in for the November 12th meeting.
Okay, I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Then looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented today. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking at the motion looking at the minutes from the last Strategic Council of Committee of a Whole meeting from September 16th, 2024. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? Okay, thank you, Counselor Melhoff for making the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Now moving on to item 4, which is the bylaws and policies. 4.1 is an update fee schedule for planning and development fees. And I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Gill, or Ms. Chrissy. Thank you. Oh, you need your, yeah, thank you.
The current fee schedule for land use amendments, subdivisions, and development, and all fees associated with such were adopted in February 2014. It has been 10 years since Clearwater County has had a rate review. And since staff are currently working on the land use bylaw rewrite, we are providing information to council to review for review and approval of an updated fee schedule. We have added some new fees that were not previously on the rate schedule and consolidated some fees to streamline the fees to be more transparent and easy to understand by the residents of Clearwater County. Some of the fees that were newly added are as follows: application to adopt an area structure plan, application to adopt conceptual/outline plan, application to amend statutory plan or land use bylaw textual amendment, variances, penalties, signage fee, and corporate searches. Research has been done within surrounding counties in order to determine where our current fees lie in relation to other municipalities. Data was collected from surrounding counties that have a similar structure and development procedures. The counties where fees were researched and reviewed are as follows: Brazeau County, MD of Bighorn, Lacombe County, Mountain View County, Red Deer County, County of Wetaskiwin, Wheatland County, and Yellowhead County. A comparison chart for the above noted municipalities is attached for your reference. In addition, administration has attached a current fees versus proposed fees chart to compare the existing Clearwater County planning fees to the fees being suggested under the new schedule based on the background research. We have attached a draft recommended fee schedule with a new format and some new and adjusted fees. Please see the attached Schedule A for the suggested fee and refund schedule. Should council wish to proceed with the changes, administration will bring the item to a regular council meeting for approval by bylaw with the attached Schedule A. In addition, administration will request that council rescind the current development permit fees and fees for printed materials policy that addresses planning and development's current fee schedule. Should council approve the new fee schedule, administration would apply the following communication strategy. The new fees would be advertised on Clearwater County's website. The new fees would be clearly posted at the front counter of the planning department. The link to the new fees would be advertised in the Western Star, Mountaineer, and the Sunday Roundup for 2 consecutive weeks. The new fees would be placed in the next Clearwater County newsletter following council's approval. Administration recommends the new fees become effective as of January 1st, 2025. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you for the comparison with the other counties. It's quite interesting for me to look through. I see there's a question from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Have we considered doing like a percentage of the variance request? It seems, for lack of a better word, a little unfair that somebody will pay the same fee if they're looking for a 1% variance versus somebody who's looking for a 100% relaxation or higher. Because I know that there's been instances where people have built already and we're not in the business of bulldozing people's homes, so we typically will end up granting those variances. But there seems to be less of a penalty for that than if somebody asked for like a 1%. So have we considered looking into a degree of fee for, depending on how bad the variance is or the severity of the variance?
I think council wants to take that approach, that's good. Me and Kim had discussed it, and when we receive applications at the counter, we don't know the depth of the variances at that point. So we just thought we would start with an initial fee. Like if they have multiple variances on that application, the variance fee is for that whole application. Like if they had a front yard setback variation or size variation, it would be covered under that $100. But for sure, if we wanted to change that, we could.
Supplementary?
Yes, supplementary.
So even going as far as saying for the number of variances you're requesting, this is a fee for every single one, might be a potential, but, or in my brain anyway, but it still wouldn't cover the difference between somebody asking for a 1% versus somebody wanting an entire 100% relaxation to our land use bylaw.
Ms. Gillen?
Sorry. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to jump in on that too. I guess the challenge is there, like, when we look at their application at the time of application, generally, we might know the standard setbacks for that district, so we notice that they might not meet that requirement, like a relaxation to a setback or a relaxation to the overall height or size requirement. Generally, we don't know the amount until we actually start processing the application, so like, it's possible, it's just then we're starting to like essentially process and or review the application in front of the applicant to determine that percentage in order to have a different amount for that, so it just poses a little more for challenge for us, just off the bat when somebody's in front of us trying to determine what that variance may be. So that's why we kind of went with the flat rate fee, and it kind of is more addressing, like, regardless of the extent of the variance, the fact that if they need a variance, we may be able to approve it in-house, because we do that with like small variances, but with the larger ones, it goes to MPC, so just a little more work, so that it kind of covers, you know, a little more cost for having to go to MPC for that variance. And then in the case of maybe like a legalization, we've addressed that in here, that in the fee schedule, should council wish to approve it as presented, that if they come in for a legalization versus a permit beforehand, the fee, application fee will be double. So if there was a variance, that would be double, and then the variance on top of that as well for a legalization. So it could be a significant cost for someone if they've built a building that they didn't get previous approvals for and put it in the wrong location.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
What would you say the percentage of applications for variance are coming in that would be small, like, and I know it varies from year to year, but like, on average, how many applications are we getting for a variance, on a small variance that doesn't have to go to MPC?
So I would say, like, we have, say, approximately 200 applications overall in a year. I would say quite a few of them have a variance likely, like maybe like 50 to 80 of the applications that come in would have, and I would say probably, I don't even know, like maybe half of them of that would be a small enough variance that we would, you know, like a 10%, maybe 20%, that we're like, okay, it's, you know, half a foot to a property boundary that we would approve as administration, and then the rest of them would go to MPC.
Okay.
That's just total throwing it out
Oh,
there, because I'd have to look at the
I hear you.
overall
And
numbers, yeah.
I haven't been on MPC for a number of years, and I know that can be a whole day of just variances, and, you know, and we want to utilize good, you know, make good time, or, you know, make good use of our time, and so if it's constantly these variances that are over a certain amount, and I'm kind of tailing into what Councillor Melhava has said, when they get to 100, it's like, you know, that yes, I can understand MPC making that effort to go and look at on the tour, but at the end of the day, if they're small and they're consistently small, well, you know, I was kind of looking for that ratio, I guess. So, but
Yeah.
anyways, are there any other questions from council in regards to the fee schedule that's been presented? If not, looking for a motion to accept as presented. Or to recommend to sorry, go back to my proper notes. The committee has reviewed and amend, well, we didn't amend, but reviewed and recommend to council for approval. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yeah, I think these changes are quite reasonable and substantiated. So I would make the motion that the Strategic Planning Committee recommend to council to approve the updated planning and development fee structure.
Thank you for the motion. Any other questions or comments in regards to the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. Yes,
May I
go ahead.
ask a question? Would you like me to get more hard numbers for when we bring this back to council as regard to how many applications are approved for variances? And what, you know, some of those, which ones went to MPC? Because we could do that prior to bringing it back if you would,
That would be fantastic.
if you would like.
That would be fun. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. All right, so now we're moving into item 5, which is in regards to the introduction to our strategic planning today. And so I believe that's going to go over to Ms. Surham. Okay.
Good morning. How's everybody this morning after yesterday's long day?
I was just going to comment that, you know, your first picture of the snow, that wasn't this morning, was that?
No,
Okay.
that was last year.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go through the presentation, and then at the end of the day, we will get more in depth. I just want to kind of summarize and show you what we want to talk about at the end of the day, so that as you're going through the items for today, that you're more thinking about what we need to accomplish by the end of the day. So let's get started. So the first slide there is just a recap of the priority-based budgeting takeaways from yesterday. Is there things that you want to keep in mind as you discuss the upcoming projects that are on the agenda? How did you feel about yesterday? Was it new information? Was there a new way for council to look at prioritizing? Love to hear some discussion about that.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. One of my biggest takeaways was taking the amount of community served by whatever the thing we're discussing is, the degree of mandate for it, and the reliance on the county for providing that. Those three were my big ones. I believe he called those the potential attributes of the item. I found that part particularly valuable, and to always keep those thoughts on the side of your desk when you're trying to make some of these decisions. I found that very valuable.
Absolutely.
I know I stayed in a little longer yesterday, and I put everything through the same matrix that we had done yesterday, and so for me it was very interesting to line up the items against our strategic plan. So just where in relation to what we were 3 years ago to what we are today, so that kind of thing. So yeah, no,
So assigning the value
ascending the values. Yeah, to
values was
those.
beneficial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Anyone else want to talk about?
No.
That's good. Okay. Okay, so just keeping those the milestones, which one's your most important, and also, as Councillor Melhoff indicated, whether it's a county broad that serves the whole county, and not just thinking ratepayers or residents, like ratepayers as a whole, and then yeah, the reliance on the county for that service. So then the next slide is our vision and purpose statement, and I've just mushed them together, and I'm just going to read them aloud. So our communities are connected by our appreciation for and stewardship of our natural beauty, our economic prosperity, our quality living, and the diversity of our wonderful people. Through proactive municipal leadership and regional partnerships, we will invest innovatively to generate and support economic and population growth that positions Clearwater County for a sustainable, prosperous future. So the next slide is that all things are interrelated, and there was a little bit of discussion about operating versus capital projects, and I just want to maybe emphasize that typically the capital project supports the service level, the operating program. So it's rare, in fact, I don't know one that capital project that isn't providing a service. That's what municipal government does, burden. So either by shifting priorities for staff a higher tax burden, additional staff, and assets like equipment and/or space to house the staff and the equipment. Shifting priorities is possible, like Kelly said yesterday, by adding service levels in one area, but then you have to decrease service levels in another area, and this has proved difficult in the past. So services provided, there's required resources for all of them, staff, dollars, additional infrastructure, or capital purchases to support those services. So the next slide is just a quick look at draft 2025, and these numbers are changing every day that I go in and run the reports right now. So don't hold me to these numbers, please, but this is just kind of an overview and a general snapshot, or a snapshot. So you can see I've rounded the numbers really just to really emphasize that these numbers are estimates. So revenue, including grants for 2025, 109 million. Pulling from restricted surplus for capital projects, 12,110,000. Operating expenses, 54 million, and capital expenditures, 84 million. So the difference between those is about $17 million. So in some of the reports, there's two different terminologies that I've used, and they're kind of interchangeable. Technically, they're unfunded, but really what that means is funding has not been identified. It's not that funding isn't available, it's that council has not identified a funding source for those things. So the outstanding decisions on the next slide is funding sources and project dates. Those are the two main decisions for the outstanding unfunded or yet to be determined funding for the projects, and that's the Nordegg development plan. Some facility discussion and decisions, solid waste, especially in the transfer station discussion, fire training dollars. So there's upcoming projects for the deployment dollars that were earned by the deployment teams, and Clearwater County's portion of the broadband projects. And then I just put a little contact us in as the last little. I had one more picture I needed to use, so, you know?
Exactly. That's perfect. I love it. It's good.
All right. That's it for the introduction, and then we're gonna get into some of the projects that you haven't, that you've asked for more information or you haven't heard from administration yet, that were part of the projects that were identified at the beginning of 2024. And then in the summary at the end of the day, there will be some restricted surplus reallocation discussion, and then discussion on what the options are as far as funding those yet to be funded projects. So I look forward to all the discussion today. Thank you.
And thank you for setting things up like that. That's great. Councillor Ratcliffe, question?
Thank you, Reeve. The 12 million from restricted surplus, how much of that is carried over from the previous year, like carried over projects?
Yes, so.
No, that's okay. So the carry forwards are a little bit different because we are strictly funding or trying to fund capital projects through restricted surplus. So what happens if a project isn't completed, the dollars just stay in the restricted surplus, for example, bridge construction or asphalt overlay or base pave. If those projects are identified and they're in restricted surplus, and the budget is $5 million and only 3.5 of it gets completed, that 1.5 stays within the restricted surplus for those projects. and then gets withdrawn the following year. So that 12 million is a combination of projects that weren't completed, that are being completed in 2025, and then additional projects that are identified in 2025. And again, these aren't solid numbers. I haven't had a real close look at what the reports are generating yet. That's my task for the next few weeks, just to make sure that those numbers are accurately portraying what the directors have indicated in their budget preparation. So, so that could be a combination of carry forward plus projects identified for 2025. The work in progress restricted surplus is really intended for programs or projects that are in our operating budget. So that could be by one of our partners. That's a grant from Clearwater County, even though it's a capital project. It's a capital project for a different organization. Or it's a small project that's in our operating but doesn't meet our capital thresholds. So if we're replacing something at one of our campgrounds that's under the $50,000 for capitalization in the engineered structures category, then we would put those dollars into the work in progress and carry them forward that way. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. So I don't believe we need a motion to accept your motion, so thank you for that. If there's no other questions for Mr. Han on this. All right, we're going to move right into capital projects, section 6.1. And the first one up is the reuse programs and facility enhancement of the waste diversion strategy. And I look across the room to Mr. Magnus, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson Swanson and committee members. The following motion was carried at the March 26, 2024 regular council meeting, whereby the motion by Councillor Sidney Graham that council directs the administration to prepare a report for the Strategic Planning Committee's review and on options with estimated capital and operating costs for developing and implementing reuse sheds at county waste transfer sites. Clearwater County Council and administration have had previous discussions regarding the future development and implementation of reuse strategies, which may include the construction of minor structures or a building such as reuse sheds or share sheds, as they're most often referred to, or centers at the waste transfer stations. This has been considered with the goal to further enhance waste diversion opportunities for residents within the county. Due to the varying degrees of potential service levels and the potential costs associated to developing these projects, administration would like to readdress this committee item in the first strategic planning meeting of the whole scheduled in 2025. At that time, administration will provide a comprehensive review of implementing reuse centers at the county's transfer stations. This information will include the following: background history. How did it all start? Where is reuse in the waste management hierarchy? Research successful programs from other municipalities. What is happening in other municipalities, i.e. what are their best practices with reuse programs? So we would reach out to the surrounding municipalities within the confines of Clearwater County. What are the benefits and challenges of implementing a reuse program? The costs associated with various programs and or facility development and the potential changes to service levels, i.e. staffing and equipment increase in service level requirements. What are council's ratepayers' expectations if moving forward with this added service? What is it going to look like? Determine the potential legal liability in operating a reuse center or share shed, and further validate which items should be accepted or not accepted. Provincial and municipal regulatory implications, and address public and staff safety concerns. So obviously, we would reach out and investigate and research what ARMA, in this case the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, the Municipal Government Act, any federal legislation associated with this type of service, and what what is being said in regards to these various regulatory bodies. Site security, which is obviously an ongoing issue even to this day in regards to many of our sites. And finally, operating and capital costs analysis, connectivity of utilizing and maximizing resources, potential community partnerships, grants, public awareness, and social media opportunities to increase diversion and track outcomes. In particular, we would ask ourselves and put forward information for councils and the committee's direction, consideration on is this something we want to do or get into the business of, knowing that there are other organizations outside of the confines of a transfer station that offer this type of service already. Okay, so anyways, the intent of this agenda item is to bring it to this committee's attention that it has not been forgotten, that our intention as intent as an administration is to do an in-depth dive into this particular program and really make the committee cognizant of what this is going to entail. Because it's not going to be cheap, whether you start with just using a calf shed or more in-depth facility. For example, I can tell you right now, it's going to require 1 additional staff per transfer station to run it, okay? But we're going to put all that together for you because it is a major decision. And again, the committee and therefore the committee's recommendation to council as to if indeed you want to go forward with this, to what level of service do you want? And hopefully between myself and the rest of my team, we can provide you with all the information that's required to answer all your questions and therefore come up with a reasonable decision in regards to how you want to move forward with it. If it's all in or not at all or somewhere in between. And because it will definitely have budget implications moving forward into 2026. Thank you.
And thank you for bringing that forward. And for the report that's coming, thank you for identifying the different areas with that, because that's, like you said, it's going to be very important as to what level of service that we are going to provide or will or not. So, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little frustrated because if it goes to the January 2025, it doesn't make it into the 2025 budget. This then gets kicked to the 2026 budget. I believe that Deputy Reeve Graham and myself have been spearheading this since the first year we got elected. Finally was made in an official motion in March. It's now going to be our last budget, so 4 years of trying to get a calf shed put at the transfer stations for people to be able to put the bikes and things that are still good for the community at the transfer sites. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see how this has to be as deep in bureaucracy as it's coming out to be. I don't think this needs to be studied. I think we can just implement. I'm a little bit frustrated with how difficult it has been to do some waste diversion to help the community for stuff they're already doing. It's way safer for them to get an old bike from a calf shed at a transfer site than to be pulling it out of the dump. It's just significantly safer, and this is a service that we can, I believe, easily provide that is provided in many, many other municipalities without the level of studying and stuff that is happening here. I'm a little frustrated.
Councillor Cermak.
With what you just said, Jenny, I agree. I don't think we allow people to pull anything out of our dump. I don't think that's possible, or at least they're not supposed to. I don't know if they do or not, but that's pretty dangerous, people climbing in amongst our garbage to get stuff out. I certainly hope we're not allowing that to happen at our sites, or we're gonna be in a lot of doo-doo if somebody gets hurt.
Yes, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You're not allowed to speed either. People do it. So people aren't allowed to drink and drive. It's also unsafe. People do it.
That's a totally different
But
scenario.
my point is, just because you're not allowed to do something doesn't mean it's not happening. So this is, I believe, a safer way in which to help mitigate things that are already happening. So, and it, honestly, it works with the world that we're in right now of recycling and reusing, and it helps divert stuff out of our landfill, divert stuff out of our, out of those avenues that is therefore not environmentally friendly. I understand that there's other organizations that provide this. I get that, the different facilities in town that do that. That's not necessarily gonna work for the people in Crammond. Like, that's, coming to town to do that that's a significantly further place for them to go. Klein, significantly further for them to go. I don't see this as difficult as it's seeming to be.
I know what the one that I use, the people there don't let you go in and rummage through the garbage. They insist that you don't.
You're not allowed to do that, doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
I know, and I go there and I see people, that person that's at the landfill site when I'm there has went over and told them, you can't be in there.
Okay, Councilor Grant?
I understand your frustration for sure. It's obviously, I'm very passionate about this too. I think it'll be a great program if we do decide to implement it. I think it's more on us for waiting so long to make a motion. If we were in term 2, we would have maybe done better and made it right at the start, and definitely I would change that looking back, but we should have made the motion earlier because that's how we direct administration, so that's on us. But I don't know, it's tough looking into all the things because it does seem like a lot, but there's also so many different programs that, you know, if maybe I'm not passionate about that, a different counselor could be passionate about, but I want to know all those details, if that makes sense. So it seems like a lot, but I do think we have to do our due diligence, and we always know there's a target on our back too for liability. People see the county and think that they can get a big payout from the county because they did something silly, but it's, I appreciate that the due diligence is going to be done, and I look forward to the report. I think it's going to be great, and then hopefully, you know, maybe we'll just have a couple stations with them added or whatever we decide to do. So I will make the motion that the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole receives the reuse programs and facility enhancement Clearwater County waste diversion strategy update for information as presented. And I also appreciate it being brought here just to remind us that you guys haven't forgotten about it. That's great. Thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments on the motion? See the lights on, Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. We had a reuse shed operating here for years, so I think we have some reasonable background on that. And I see it happening in a small scale now, that you will often, you know, take your stuff out to the transfer site and people have set things that could be reused out front. And that those disappear either into the shed by staff or by people saying, yeah, I could use that. So, my comment.
Okay. Councilor Lloyd?
Thank you, Chairperson Swanson. As a committee member, as council, I think it's important we reflect the values of our community in our decisions as well. We know very well that there's an aspect of our community that very much values salvaging those things that they see a value in. I know, having had the benefit of having a former landfill beside my property, I know that anything of value to anybody that was in that was salvaged. And again, that does keep some items out of our landfill, and is a form of recycling. So I think having a discussion around how we can bring that sensibility back to our community through what we offer as a service at our waste transfer stations, I think has value, and I certainly applaud working towards a solution that brings that forward.
Thank you. Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking towards at process then. So if this comes to the January Strategic Planning Committee, it then gets put, like, let's say we all agree with what the team brings forward. It then is a recommendation to council. And then council can do a budget adjustment at that time to have it implemented within 2025, rather than having it pushed to the 2026 budget, correct?
CO Evans?
Thank you for the question. So to answer that process-wise, yes. I would also suggest it truly depends on what council at that time decides. If it's a large enough project, if I may, because we're live streaming, I think there's some benefit in giving the other side of the picture as well, because absolutely heard and very reasonable statement that we used to have one. So, you know, we have that data, we have that information. Actually, that's part of this process. Because we had one, it took 2 full-time staff to manage the mess and the physical altercations between individuals that wanted the same item. People were pushed out of the way of their own pickup trucks to get at the items in the back of the truck before it was even unloaded. It created other liabilities when it was sanctioned by that partnership at that time. So the importance of bringing it to council when it comes in a way that mitigates the liability. Really, part of the apprehension is because of that past history, administration doesn't want to paint it in a picture that we're just adverse to the suggestion. Honestly, I absolutely love the philosophy of it. When you talk recycle, if someone else can use my item, that keeps it out of the landfill, absolutely the best recycling program ever. How do we present that in a manner that doesn't endanger our staff or even 2 other individuals that want the same item? If I may, the other issue is equity. Not all our transfer stations have enough room. They were never designed for a reuse shed. To bring forward a reuse shed at the central station, much easier process than all the transfer stations. Some of them will be acquiring additional room because they're already crowded now for the iron, the other recycled materials that are already handles. So then it gets into what transfer stations and picking out those ones that can accommodate the room, those that can't. So there is a lot more than meets the eye to this agenda, and it depends what council's decisions are. Absolutely, process-wise, if not planting seeds, but there's room at the central station, if that was picked, I would respectfully suggest that would be far more doable than all the transfer stations for a step. Or if the decision was just bring us forward the ones that can accommodate the room and let's look at those. So it really hinges on the decision at the time. You're welcome.
Are there any more comments or questions in regards related to this item? Okay, motion's been made. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those, okay, that motion's carried. Thank you very much for bringing that item forward. Now moving on to item 6.2. It is the Nordegg Development Draft 10-Year Capital Budget. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Surma.
Is there a reason that one screen is not playing?
Yeah, I'll ask Ms. Thompson to. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So with that, I believe I'm turning it over to Director Hansen and Ms. Franklin.
Good morning, everyone. So this item here was requested by council committee earlier this year. I really think it's time, you know, we've done a lot of work on the Nordegg development plan there with the engineering, preliminary engineering for some, detailed design and others. And we've had a fresh perspective, I'm gonna call it there, with a new engineering firm there, looking at some of the challenges that Nordegg bring. So we're gonna be making some suggestions to altering the 10-year capital plan. But really we need to have that open discussion about what those implications are. They are far-reaching because we do have current short-term leaseholders in Nordegg. You know, with the, you know, with an adopted plan there, there would have to be notice given to those short-term rentals there that, you know, we are getting ready to construct in some of those areas, so, it's not immediate, you know, this would be, if council approves some of these items there, it would be, notice would be given this year, you know, we'd be finishing the detailed design in 2025, with construction potentially to start in 2026, so we're not pulling the fire alarm on anybody, it's well known that Clearwater County is actively in Nordegg there, doing a robust, aggressive design there to try to make that hamlet more appealing to developers and private investors. So, as I said, we have been describing some of these advancements in the projects over the course of the summer through the capital projects report. But today, we'd really like to give you a little bit more in-depth update and then some of the revisions in preparation for the 2025 budget. So with that, I'd like to just turn it over to Ms. Reglan here, and she'll walk us through some of the updates and the changes that we have planned.
Perfect, thank you.
Good morning. So, as Eric mentioned, in preparation for the 2025 budget, and through our findings throughout the year, I just kind of broke it up into projects that are either updates or carryover. So in the budget summary, I showed those in green, and then any changes I kind of highlighted in my verbiage, and then in red is more the suggested highlights that we are suggesting for changing the sequencing, more or less, and timelines for construction, just based on our review. So maybe I'll start with the carryovers and just kind of updates. So those shown in green, so the first one is the cemetery. So we did update those numbers based on the Strategic Planning Committee in September to break it out over into 2 phases and 2 kind of construction. The numbers you see in 2028 would be the surfacing, as well as some future kind of electives. We slated it in 2028 to combine with other surfacing in the area for cost savings, just with it being so remote. The industrial subdivision phase 2, unfortunately, we weren't able to get the overhead power in this year. So it's carryover for kind of the major utilities and just any deficiencies that we may find with erosion. We did go in and fix anything that happened this year. However, we have not had it tested yet, so we just have a little contingency of carryover in there. Again, with the phase 2 subdivision, unfortunately, we weren't able to get the shallows in again, just due to third-party approvals. They've been delayed. They are telling us they may start this year, however, just to be safe, we just wanted to let you guys know that there has been a delay, and we're looking to have that completed early next year. The South Access Townsite Road 15-2, as mentioned, we did receive some STIP funding for that project. So it's approximately 50% of the project costs, not including surfacing. And they did give us an upset limit of approximately 2.7 million. We have resubmitted our design to DFO, and unfortunately, we're still back and forth with them. So once that's approved, then we're able to kind of start the construction, and then we'll kind of know our sequencing and any restrictions we have. And then another, it's kind of a suggestion. So last year we had preliminary engineering for some high-density residential on the east side of Stewart Street, kind of by the duplexes and around. We thought it would be a good time to kind of combine any upgrading we need to do on Memorial Crescent, which is the street in front of the duplexes. There has been some concerns, which is the sidewalks, and it isn't asphalt. So we figured we could do some upgrades on the deep utilities at the same time as the high density on the east side. We haven't done engineering on that particular project yet, but we would encompass that when we get into detailed design in 2025. Is there any questions just on updates or any suggested changes, timelines?
Go ahead, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. You mentioned getting servicing into the cemetery. Or unless I misunderstood, what would that entail?
Surfacing, sorry, surfacing.
Surfacing.
Yeah, like asphalt
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions in
I
regards?
do
Yep,
have, does
go-
anyone
sorry.
else?
Yep, go ahead. Subsequent.
I think these recommendations are appropriate. My question is, based on sales, are there other revisions that we should make to this plan? Like, the residential sales have dropped off quite a bit. For example, the mobile home park sold out fairly quickly. Are there other revisions that we should be making to this plan based on experience? Sorry if that's an unfair
No,
question.
I'm just waiting for my light to quit blinking there.
Oh.
You didn't have me stumped yet. Christine is the best one to speak to sales. I know we've kind of made our revised plan to facilitate that future growth. It's important that, you know, when Kate's, I'm gonna blow the surprise out of the water here. You know, we really want to get that Center Street constructed up into the commercial core. The original plan included that we were going to construct Stewart Street first, but that requires building in a secondary access as a temporary access in order so that the residential area and the commercial core area can actually have access. So that's really, you know, the biggest surprise, I guess, when it comes to phasing and changes. Now, Christine can speak to what she's heard from potential developers, and I don't think the land sales specifically has been the driving force, but there has been definitely some other interest in those high-density areas as well as the resort commercial areas, I believe. But maybe I'll just quit trying to speak for her and let her speak for what interest what we've seen. And that, so we have revised it, and we, you know, we're not planning on doing residential phase 3 anytime soon. We don't want to do that any intersection improvements down on Stewart Street, et cetera, until we know for sure that we can get that 15-2 in, because that changes the entire scope of what that intersection should look like. And it's difficult and expensive, and we don't even know there'd be enough benefit, you know, to do a cost-benefit analysis in order to do intersection improvement at Stewart Street, you know, realigning Shunda back there. It's a lot of money, and the sight lines aren't great. From what our engineers are telling us, the best thing we could do is cut down Highway 11. If we want to actually solve the sightline issue, or it's not even an issue because it meets the requirements, it would actually be to cut down Highway 11 because of the curve. The other alternative we discussed with council before is actually a speed reduction, because if we lower the speed from 100 kilometers an hour through that area down to 80, it significantly changes the safety aspect and the sightline requirements there. And it's a heck of a lot cheaper to install a sign than it is to realign intersections. So those are all the things that are going to be coming in the future, but we have to get this 15-2 problem solved. You know, whether council approves the additional funding. DFO is by far our hardest approval agent in order to try to satisfy, and some of their requirements become cost prohibitive as well, but we are continually working with them. So I'm going to flip it back to Christine there to talk about maybe some of the sales and interest, what's driving the priorities.
Good morning, Ms. Haight.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Strategic Planning Committee. Thank you, Eric. I think he did a fantastic job in answering the project ordering in terms of getting that second access into the historic commercial and residential areas. There will be significant amount of residential inventory once Lily Avenue comes on board, so not looking like that phase 3 of residential needs to be constructed anytime in the near future until we have a good handle on whether those lots are going to sell. As for Elizabeth Avenue, which was phase 1, we have had several return back based on our policy for 3 years of obligation to construct. So I'll have less than a handful to go back on market coming soon for Elizabeth Avenue. So we'll have a few residential that we can resell coming shortly. So that's not a positive in terms of moving any projects forward on a residential application. We have had a couple of conditional offers on commercial properties in the historic commercial core, which is positive. Again, we still have lots of inventory yet to go, so that phase 2, and I can't see which year it is, and I'm going blind, but that's one that ties into the servicing component as well that Eric mentioned earlier, so that would, oh, thank you. Yeah, you betcha. So that's something that could be considered for down the road. You know, without spilling the beans in terms of types of developers or who they are, we definitely have had conversations, myself, Kim in planning, and we're gonna have one later in this week with a larger developer that may be interested in Nordegg. The challenge we have is that the type of development doesn't fit in the historic commercial core, in my opinion. It may try and make it work, but it would be something more suited for that resort commercial on the east side, towards the historic commercial core and residential area, or elsewhere in a serviced commercial. So those projects that service those areas, and including the infrastructure and the road, are gonna be what's integral to getting those developers down the road, because we just don't have bigger chunks serviced with roads available to sell, so at this time. So I think the way Public Works has presented the priorities is based on the infrastructure to support that future growth, but there may not be a saleable lot until those are done, other than what's already in progress.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Thank you both for those great answers.
Do you have a supplement? Question? No? That's good.
Process out there, so.
Any more questions? Counselor Graham, or sorry, Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I would just want to pass on a kudos. I was at a gas zone meeting last week, and some of the other directors from other utilities had been out to Nordegg and particularly around the industrial subdivision on the trunk road, and said, wow, amazing work. They said it just looks incredible. So I just wanted to make sure that I passed on some kudos regarding that. And I don't know if it's an appropriate question for now or for when we have Director Martinson up here, but the virtual reality project, I see that it's on 2024, and there's not a budget item allocated for 2025, but it is still listed in the projects underneath. I just want to make sure it doesn't get missed if it didn't get done in 2024, because I think there's a lot of really good value on making the mine more inclusive for people that potentially can't tour it. So if we need to make sure that the 50,000 that was allocated in 2024 is reallocated for 2025, I just wanted to make sure that happened and wasn't missed.
Director Martinson?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question about the virtual reality project. That's still ongoing. We're still working to complete that project, and there may be a little more work to do in 2025. As far as the direction that we received for that project, it really didn't have a next phase yet, and so we want to take some time to consider how collecting that virtual data can be used, and certainly it's going to be usable once we've completed the project. We can have virtual tours on our website, for instance. But there could be potential opportunities in the future that may require future budgeting sources, and that's why it's sort of been left in the budget. But we're not, I don't believe, at a position to have a discussion about creating a space in the Discovery Center for a virtual tour at this point. We're still working through other higher priority areas where we've received direction within the Discovery Center and within heritage programming as a whole. So that project, kind of as we discussed in 2024, will wrap up in 2025, and then there may be future discussions to kind of summarize that. Hopefully that helps answer the question without getting too far flung into the weeds.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. No, that absolutely answers it. Just because I saw it and I saw there wasn't a number associated with it, I wanted to make sure that it didn't need to be that there didn't need to be a number associated with it, which then, if there's carryover, it would be under the carryover. I'm looking towards Ms. Serhan, it'd be in the carryover line items, and if there needed to be anything carried over?
Yes, this would be one of those projects that's, doesn't meet the capital threshold, I think.
Okay.
Moving forward, so it would likely end up in the work in progress.
Okay.
Restricted surplus, if any, and these are the details that I have yet to go through with each of the departments and make sure that we're identifying any of those carry forwards, and, especially in those items that don't have a restricted surplus account of their own.
Perfect, thank you for that, I appreciate it. It's such a vital project, I think will really benefit, all people with regards to the mine, so I think it's important. If I may, I do have another question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question with regards to the power in the Nordegg, industrial subdivision. How will that impact the grid in Nordegg as a whole? I know it's a speculation question, so I apologize for that, because it depends on what types of industry actually ends up in that subdivision. But I'm hoping that you have some insight into that. You typically do.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the three other additional items I wanted to touch on. One would be the conversation we had earlier in the year with Fortis about that line upgrade that was required from the Big Horn Dam. They've gone really quiet on us there in regards. The only answer we did get is that no line upgrades would be required for the industrial subdivision. That's what we've got out of our engineers, their conversation with Fortis in regards to just the industrial subdivision. Now, when earlier in the year, that was back in December of last year is actually when we discussed. It was more to do with the long-range plan, and that will continue to flesh that out with Fortis. They're not very forthcoming with their, they threw it out there as a kind of it might be $1.5 million upgrade there. All of our engineers are indicating that that should be a cost of Fortis. That isn't typically a developer's cost. So we're gonna continue to have those conversations with Fortis there and push back on what's our responsibility as the developer versus, the service provider. So don't really have a great update in that regard, other than the fact that the industrial subdivision doesn't require upgrades at this time. The other item I wanted to bring up was the gasification in Nordegg. We currently don't have an update for council in that regard. Councilor Melhaff probably has the best update with the other hat, of course, but we're anticipating that to go through eventually. We've actually put that in our operating budget there. If we have to do our changeovers from propane to natural gas, which will be a welcome sight there. We ran out of propane in another one of our buildings there just over the weekend. So we'll be welcome to see natural gas in the area. So as things progress, that there has been money allocated historically for that project. So as soon as they pull the trigger, we'll be happy to assist. The other one was the emergency access into Nordegg. So it's not been forgotten. It's been talked about for the entire term as to having another access into Nordegg, possibly from the south. That would become part of that. Once we have 15-2, we have the intersection improvements that, especially if we didn't have 15-2, we don't have that second access. Still not ideal because it's, still one direction, but once we have clear direction on that, we are continuing to look at that, a south access of some description for emergency services. So it hasn't fallen off our radar, it just hasn't become the highest priority at this time. So.
Okay, Councilor Melhaff.
Thank you, Reeve. Because we're in strategic planning, if it's okay with Reeve, I would like the opportunity to dig in a little bit further into the power stuff, if it pleases the chair. Thank you. Have we given any thought to any? I mean, we talked about gas already, and hopefully we have an answer any day. I know that the Reeve and myself have been working hard on that front, along with the remainder of council, to lobby for that and advocate for that. Have we looked into then the option of things like peaker plants? Because if gas is there, it opens up a whole bunch of other options, and not having to upgrade the main line, because our base load would be able to stay the same, and we can have peaker plants to offset any of the peak usage. And have we looked into ideas around incentivizing renewable energy where it makes sense, at, for example, residential structures, making the power where they use the power, and therefore taking some of the strain off of the grid. And that's something we could do by a bylaw. If we looked into some of these other these other options instead of a $1.5 million upgrade to the base load power coming from the dam.
Yeah, not as of yet. That has never, it hasn't been part of our mandate is to look at alternatives to power. I don't know that, I'm not 100% confident that the power upgrades will even become a requirement. You know, it's weird how quiet it really has about the requirement. So we haven't looked at those other alternatives. Even historically, it's never been part of our mandate to look in other power generation alternatives. I'm not familiar with them myself. We typically, then, that would be the only development I know of that we've gone with an alternative. So, look to the group there, if that's the priority for us to look at for Nordegg, then that's something we can do. But right now, that hasn't been part of our mandate.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, I think as long as we're not being pushed to do the base power upgrade by Fortis, then it's something that we can wait on. But if it becomes a trigger that I think it would be a behoove of us to actually dig into some other options that are potentially more environmentally friendly and less expensive for the public purse in order to provide for that community. So I don't necessarily think we need to dig into it and spend staff time doing it right now, but I do think that it needs to be on our radar in the event that Fortis says, yes, you must do this upgrade, unless the rest of council disagrees.
I know for myself, I kind of agree with Director Hansen. If this is a service that Fortis is going to benefit greatly from the expansion of that hamlet. So to me, it's up to them to bring in those extra upgrades. And we have an opportunity at our May conference in a couple of weeks, so that can also be talk to Fortis directly, exactly. So, but yes, understanding that there is alternatives. I think in this day and age, we're very blessed that we can have an alternative, so with that. I just wanted to go back, thank you for bringing that up about the virtual reality. I had the same question going on. There is a small communities opportunities grant that just reopened. I know the government had opened one up earlier this year, closed it, and they just opened up it again, and closure for applications at the end of December. And I know that was an opportunity that we could, if there was an expansion to that particular, or an opportunity to apply for some of those funds to offset some of that virtual reality programming. If we want to take part in 2025, that could be an opportunity to get some 50-cent dollars there as well. So, any other questions in regards to what's been outlined? I'm like, let's get the Main Street done. I think the businesses that are existing there would like one season or a couple of seasons in a very short period of time versus constantly interruption. We see more and more traffic coming through Nordegg. People are still, every time I go drive up Elizabeth Ave and around there and around the historic commercial core, and there's a lot of people driving around to look that are very interested, I would say. So the sooner we can get the Main Street dug, in my opinion, and done, the sooner people can actually envision themselves being there long term. Do you have a comment to that, Mr. Director Hansen?
Yeah, I guess we could just have Kate just to run over the rest of the changes there that we've done, just so it's not just to assume that you've accepted all the changes. We'll get her to run through them. But also, I'd like to just take a minute to look at some of the preliminary engineering design maps there that we've included. Historically, you would probably have seen Center Street, where it ties into Stewart Street, was actually right closest to the museum. Kind of split the difference between the museum, right at that bell tower supernet connection. Really, it's very problematic to try to put an intersection in there because we'd have to relocate the park, for example, the pump track, the gazebo, very tight in between the museum as well as that other infrastructure. So we have pushed the intersection farther north. So you can't quite see it there, but if you look real close, it would go right through the center of the old library. So the old library is currently, where we have to do the hazardous materials mitigation on that, which is scheduled to be any day now, and then that structure will be removed. But the new alignment will go right through, just on the edge of the service commercial, and then we've recently received some kind of a draft layouts for what the service commercial will look like, as well as the high density east, as well as high density west. Yeah, it's exciting to see it kind of, it's gonna be harder for those areas to, I think, unlike the historic commercial core, we took that area and we split it up into individual lots. We're considering bringing back to council there in a future meeting, it's going to actually show these as more blocks. So similar to what the Shell acquired with that large area, strip mall style, whether it be, it could be from a commercial, service commercial use, or whether it be a high density use, be more sold in blocks instead of trying to cut it up into individual services, over servicing an area, for example, that could be actually done with a couple of steps. So we're just in the process of receiving those finalized reports on all of those, but I'll be excited to share those in the near future with council there, showing us what our ideas have come up with these areas. So, and with that, I'll let Kate finish off the report.
So like Eric was mentioning, we're looking to push this road up and start detailed design on it next year. This is a main kind of trunk line for water sewer. So that's why the cost we kind of have where it is. This will also service the service commercial as well as the high density west. Stubs will come off of this line to go into service for sanitary water sewer. And in the meantime, we would keep Stewart Street and push that back till 2027 construction. It will be gravel for an extra couple years. However, if we would service them at the same time, so that was the one change, kind of the biggest change that we kind of wanted to add in, more or less. And then to answer Councilor Ratcliffe's questions, we did push the Phase 3 residential from 2028 construction to 2033, and that's kind of just reflecting what we are seeing for sales and buybacks. We're wanting to kind of combine Phase 2 historic commercial core with Stewart Street. There is a lot of work that we could be done together, so with pushing back Stewart Street a couple years to keep the access to the mine, Phase 1, as well as the residential, we're suggesting to push back Phase 2 historic commercial core as well. That will also give us time to get Phase 1 going, and kind of, we're working, like Eric kind of mentioned about, are we gonna block these off and like we did Phase 1, are we gonna look for bigger? And we'll bring those back in the next kind of couple years. And those are just the highlights really of what we've changed. As Eric mentioned, we did push back that north subdivision access realignment, just waiting to hear back on 15-2, and looking at other options for those intersections, as well as the emergency to the south that comes out in the industrial lots. And that's all I really had to kind of focus on for changes we're suggesting.
Okay. Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for the drawings. It really helps put everything in perspective. I find that extremely helpful. Are we, the one we're looking at is the NDP 020, correct?
Correct,
That's
is the addition.
Okay, perfect. Are we considering, I see that there's curb and gutter. Are we considering either a paved path for walking or sidewalk? Just, it's a very active community, and I think that there would be a lot of value, because they're gonna, I believe that patrons of the community and community members will be walking there anyway, and I would rather them have them walking on a path or a sidewalk than on the road. Have we considered that?
Yep, both Stewart Street and this new Center Street Road will have sidewalk. Where we're going back and forth is it on both sides, one side, however, there is sidewalk designed into both of those.
Excellent, thank you, because I really think that those are an important amenity to the community there. So I appreciate you including it.
Yeah, they're there.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Moving the Center Street, I'm just wondering, what do we lose? Because there was some other development scheduled on that land, was there not?
On the service commercial, what we lose?
Yes. Like just there in the north side of the golf course.
So there would be some effects on, I think, hole 2 is right there, as well as you will lose kind of a small area of that service commercial. However, as we mentioned, we're looking at designs, whether it'll be a strip mall or individual lots, but we're looking at it more as the mine, so it'll be one. So you won't, its overall footprint isn't a lot. I don't know if Eric remembers the.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, we really went back and forth with this with our engineering team. They're trying to come up with the best solution for this Center Street where it accesses Stewart Street. So yes, the trade-off is that you're gonna lose a small amount of your service commercial, which also staying consistent with the development style of Nordegg is actually, there's not direct access for the businesses off of Stewart Street. They come in and actually access from the back, similar to the Shell. So in order to stay consistent with the Shell type development where there's going to be, so if you think about off the road that's currently there at the intersection of the tiny houses where the road curves and ties back up to Stewart Street, that'll turn into a T intersection, and then that will carry along and actually tie right into this Center Street. So then the business front will actually be accessed from the service road in essence there. We should be able to find actually that drawing there for you and maybe present it to you later here today, but it blends well with the access, because if the Center Street is on the other side of the park, for example, there's a complete relocation and reconstruction of all the existing amenities that so much of work has already gone into. Like say the gazebo, the park, and then that silly Bell communications unit there. So there is some sacrifice with the service commercial and a little bit of the golf course, but we think overall this is a better design.
Does the community know?
You're the first to see it.
Yep.
So.
Okay. I'm going to make sure my phone is charged. Anyway, thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That was actually gonna be one of my next questions. I think this is excellent, and you guys have really looked at it from a whole bunch of different directions. I think that it will be great, but procedurally, with the Nordegg development plan, there was a lot of public participation. If I wasn't around for that, like I wasn't sitting in the seat then. But are we then needing to do public participation if we stray from the plan as it was presented, when we go to roll out these things, so the community isn't thinking that we were doing one thing based on what they saw and turn around and doing something different? Should we be hosting maybe even another one of those? We had a meeting question and answer thing in Nordegg that went extremely well. The community very much appreciated us doing that. Perhaps there's an opportunity for us to do something like that again to cover off the public participation portion of this and show them the great work that you guys have done and why this is a better option.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you. So the community engagement at any time council, strategic planning committee wishes, there's been enough amenities, changes, amendments that you feel you want to get in front of the community, absolutely. The original consultation and even subsequent consultations don't get into the level of detail. I wouldn't mind reframing this, because the strategic planning committee is talking about what's being sacrificed. It's truly what's being saved. When the volunteer group partnered with Clearwater County back in the day and put a park right in the middle of what was designed, and that was made well known to the community that that park would be at risk, which is why it was only a 10-year agreement. I think the phone should be charged, because the thank you should fly in, because it saves the work. For the sacrifice of a few feet of a developable lot, it saves that partnership between the community and Clearwater County. Webster Park stays. And that was never the promise. So redesigning, I think, shows great innovation on Public Works' behalf to save that partnership. So truly, from my perspective, it's not what's lost, it's what's saved here.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't mean to sound negative about that. It's just, you know, when you make a change, it impacts something else. And I wanted to understand that. I'll be going to Nordegg tomorrow night, so I think I should take this with me and explain what the current plan is.
All right.
Right, thank you.
So,
Yeah, I sent it to her.
oh, yeah, oh, yes. Okay, on the screen is the
Yeah, so just some
realignment. Go ahead.
kind of concepts that we've gone back and forth between planning, Public Works, the engineers that we will be presenting. Again, these are just the preliminary, and next year's when we get more into the detail of exactly what people want to see. Yeah, so there's a couple concepts. There's the parking lot in the front, buildings in the back. There's the buildings in the front, so if you just scroll down. Then there's individual buildings. Yeah, so there's 4.
So what hasn't changed is the service commercial footprint there that impacts.
Just to your mic, sorry.
So these are, we just actually received these drawings here, you know, since the agenda was published, but, I say what hasn't changed is the impact of the service commercial area is much larger than just the individual little service commercial we see there today. It goes right back to the edge of the creek there, and there is a requirement for all these lots to have some type of stormwater management plan. You know, it's something that, it does increase it uses up area, that has a footprint to it, but in order to be good stewards of the environment, we pretty much, every development includes at least a small stormwater retention pond that has to be included as an amenity for the development. There's really no getting around that, but there's, as you can see, there's access from the new Center Street alignment as well over to Coal Miners Crescent that provides good access, like I say, not directly off Stewart Street for these businesses, but consistent with what's there, consistently what's there with the Shell, for example. So, these haven't been included in the agenda, we just received them, but it's thought it'd be a good visual for council, for the committee.
Thank you for that. Counselor Cermak?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back a few steps here. The high-density residential east of Stewart Street, I see that you got 200,000 in 2024, and then nothing to the end of the page. Are we just forgetting about the 3.06 hectares that we've got in the Memorial Crescent there?
So if
Or
you
what
look-
is the plan there for that area? Because I think we need some high-density residential there in Nordegg for people to come and stay and live and work there. What was it, 200 grand used for?
Yeah, so in our 2025 draft capital budget, we did add more numbers to continue with the high density on the east side. So the 200 was for the preliminary concept, and then we added revisions into 25, 6, and 7, if you look at the bottom in green. So the top is what we have for 2024, and then the bottom is what we're suggesting.
And so what's allotted to the Memorial Crescent then? For that 3.06 hectares?
Perhaps,
It was just-
yeah, I was just gonna say, perhaps we could just go for a break and then this could point out.
Sure.
Courtney's- Yeah, if that works. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Welcome back, everyone. Reeve Swanson had to step out for a bit, so I will be continuing on until she returns. When we left off, Councillor Cermak, you had a question. Was that answered, or did you? You're good?
Not at all, explain.
Okay, perfect.
My glasses full, and I could read them.
That's helpful.
Stuff that I couldn't read before. Thank you.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you. Would it be possible to get a copy or like the file for the drawing showing the strip mall as well? If that's public? Okay, thank you.
Your light is flashing, Director Hansen. Did you have something?
No, I just wanted to summarize that, and caveat everything that, you know, this is our new draft, Nordegg development plan, for 2025. That's gotta be weighed and measured to, I guess, the rest of the priority setting as we come into funding, et cetera, when Mr. Ander does her roll up there, so, that's the plan. Then if it comes down to the funding discussion beyond that, which we'll be following up here later today, so.
All right, thank you. Is there, Deputy, or Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Is there an opportunity to do some type of public engagement, or at least a plan, whether it's because I know there's 4, inform, consult, crap, there's 2 other ones after that. Sorry, in the IPP2 or whatever it is. Is there an opportunity for us to determine how we would like to make sure that the community does have some type of, it's a great plan and I agree with all of the assessments you've made, but I still think it's important to include them. So is that a notice of motion that's required then to direct it? Like, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm following the appropriate path here to try to make sure that that happens.
C.O. Emmons?
Thank you. So I guess if you don't mind a little clarification, is it your thought to get out and do some level of community engagement before it gets put into budget? Because that would be an extremely tight timeline. If it's to proceed with the budget process and then through the summer of 2025, or get back out and do an update and gauge community acceptance at that time. So looking for a little bit of that clarification. I would be concerned about end of October doing community engagement before budget. And answering that,
Okay.
yes, then it would be something for council to direct administration and allocate the funds and do a community engagement.
If I may, thank you. I don't think that it's necessary prior to the budget, because I do think that would be a very tight timeline.
The rowdy corners being rowdy over
Yeah,
there.
the rowdy corners are, are we good over there, or? Okay, Deputy Reeve, if I may then. I don't think it's necessarily required prior to budget. I think it's important prior to getting the work done. So that way there's still time to go, okay, whoa, the community has this concern. We can try to address those, and or go, the community is saying, yay, and we can be like, okay, cool, get her done. I just think that it's important that this is a fairly large deviation from the plan that was originally presented that they were consulted on. I think it's important to make sure that they're aware of these changes and why. And you guys always do a great job of making sure you explain it. So I just think there's value in doing that.
Go ahead, C.O. Emmons.
Thank you. So if I may, just so I check the temperature, doing community engagement, would that set back this time frame? Because we are here talking about draft and different designs, and I would respectfully suggest if we went out and did community engagement, we should be prepared to take in that feedback and pivot. So would that bump then up the design, therefore the RFP, therefore the construction? I will ask that at Public Works.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, so, there's nothing wrong with, say, having that drawing that was, you know, as we just discussed with Councillor Ratcliffe, those concept plans there we're not shy. We're happy to circulate them. They were gonna be included in the next capital projects report as the update, you know, and we need to start getting that vision out in front of the community because, you know, as we progress through the process, that's what we've been doing all summer. And really, it's trying to get these conceptual designs out in front of council, out in front of, in our capital projects report. I guess that would be the phase one, I guess, of the community engagement. They say, no problem, they're shipping it off to the balance of council there to have it in your inbox there later today. Because it's detailed design for next year, you know, we'd like to see the budget set for that in order to get that work done. If it requires a in-person community engagement there, that can be done in the spring. Like it's not gonna hold up construction because next year's detailed design. So there's nothing new in the plan that's gonna be implemented as for 2025 construction that would impact. So if it's important to council to get out in front of the group in Nordegg again, I would suggest in the spring of 25 as the new council, then yeah, it's not going to, if it disrupts the plan, it'll be to disrupt the plan for 26. So.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. As I mentioned before, I'm going to the Nordegg Community Association meeting tomorrow evening, and I will take these drawings and present them in a non-biased way. I can report back if there is any strong objection to this change. And anyone who wishes to accompany me to assist in this is welcome.
All right, are there any more concerns or questions? Director Hansen, your light's still on? Nothing? All right, I am not seeing any more lights. Do you two feel that you have been able to touch on everything you wanted to touch on? Yes. Okay, is anyone willing to make a motion? The staff recommendation is that the committee recommends council considers adopting the 10-year capital plan as revised. Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I would motion that the Strategic Planning Committee request that administration build a community engagement plan to be brought back to the January 2025 Strategic Planning Committee for review regarding the Nordegg Development Plan.
Mr. Hen?
Is there a January strategic planning meeting? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I was going to make a motion, but we have a different motion on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really required, but yes. All right, yeah, okay. We'll come back to a motion.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Lougheed?
I would just maybe comment that I think it's great we look forward for 10 years on a budget type process here. I don't know if we need to go to the public and ask their feedback on a 10-year plan because that's that can be 2.5 councils down the line. That doesn't give the public any certainty or administration any certainty whether this plan would carry out. This is just a good long-range visioning process, and I think we have to focus. I think we should spend more time focusing on next year's budget and the budget after that even than we do at the absolute 10-year. But I can see benefit in getting public feedback if the balance of council feels that's important at this moment.
Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. My intention is simply on the specifically the large changes that have happened, and to really showcase the great work that you guys have done, and in consideration of the community, i.e., saving the playground and the pump track and all of those things. We should celebrate those by building some type of a a public participation plan in order to celebrate the work that you guys have done and the consideration for the community you have done. I don't think that we pat ourselves on the back enough. We typically do public participation when we're concerned that we're gonna get negative feedback. Why can't it be when we've done amazing work that's gonna help the community and be better all in all in the long run? I see a benefit to doing it.
All right, any more comments? Councillor Northcott.
No, I just, I think we just need to stay more focused on the 10-year capital plan. Actually, Councillor Law, he explained it very well, thanks.
All right, last call for comments, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I would never oppose public participation. And certainly, I know the people of Nordegg would appreciate even a more general opportunity to hear what the county's plans are there and entertain whatever changes there might be. Yeah, just my comment. I'll stop there.
All right, seeing no more lights, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Councillor Radcliffe, you had another motion you wanted to make?
Yes, and I was voting in favor of public participation, but still the motion was defeated. Yes, I will make the motion that the strategic.
I'm sorry, Councillor Radcliffe, just so that we have it, because I saw your hand go up in opposition.
I intended to be in favor.
Okay, so you would like to change your vote to being in favor?
My vote was to be in favor.
Okay. Do we need to go through a process, or it's defeated still, so?
It's still defeated.
Okay, okay, sorry, please continue.
Thank you. I move that the Strategic Planning Committee recommends that Council consider adopting the draft 10-year capital plan for Nordegg as revised, with thanks to staff.
All right, any comments, questions, concerns, kudos? Councillor Mahoff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I do still feel that there needs to be public participation, so I'm struggling to approve something that doesn't have the public involved in that, particularly with the changes to the Nordegg Development Plan. But I do feel that some great work has been done here, and the community will benefit still. And hopefully we can work on a public participation aspect, perhaps in the spring still, through a different means.
All right, seeing no other lights, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, guys. And we will be moving on to our next agenda item, which is the Leslieville Fire Training Grounds, updated vision. Welcome, Chief Liadis. I'm guessing you are heading this, or Director Heggert?
Morning, everyone.
Okay, I can start, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. And you're correct. I'm going to pass the torch over to Chief John Liadis here fairly quickly. Just wanted to note that these amounts were included in what the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee may have seen last week, I believe. But as the Leslieville Training Grounds are Clearwater County's, and in our 10-year capital planning for budget, we thought it made best sense to also bring it to Strategic Planning Committee to go over what the plan is for the next 10 years, and with some slight amendments to the vision from the initial concept to today. Wanted to make sure that this council was aware of those changes and the reasons behind that. So I'm going to turn it over to the chief to kind of go through the background on the Leslieville Public Services Fire Training Grounds agenda item.
Thank you kindly, Director Hager. Good morning, everyone, council, chair, and staff. We'll jump right into our budget presentation when it comes to the strategic planning side of things. So I wanted to explain a little bit of the background for where we're going to start today, just because we have a little bit of changes from years past. So following the ICC meeting held last week, administration wanted to present the updated fire training grounds vision and strategic plan to the strategic planning committee in order to speak to changes and answer any questions. First topic that we're going to speak to today is the Leslieville Public Services Building and Fire Training Grounds. Clearwater County's fire training grounds and tower is critical for providing high-quality training in to the regional firefighters to enhance skills, improve safety, and meet the ever-changing demands of the modern firefighting techniques and standards. This plan outlines multi-phased approach that has based on the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services current service levels prescribed by the 2019 ICC agreement. As the committee is aware, Phase 1 and 2 of the Leslieville Fire Training Grounds was funded from the 2021 and current through use of the fire training reserves with the revenue generated from our wildland urban interface deployments. Initial design included some training props that current leadership believes would be better suited to reflect today's current demand and fire service level, with the focus on monies being spent in the most practical and efficient ways that match today's response. The initial design phase included a boil-over prop, a cake prop, industrial training grounds area. These specific areas are not areas of focus that match our current high hazard trends and training requirements based on the current curriculum. Therefore, the training division has researched the best options for a more focused direction as the fire service progresses. We strive to maintain a best-in-class professional service and a training curriculum that matches the service expectations approved by council, and the newly proposed phases of the CRFRS is proposing with support of council are listed below. So one of the first proposals that we're looking towards is our field operations classroom, and we're going to be referring to this as the proposed Phase 3. So what this consists of is, in speaking to our partners, we wanted to look at next year proposing for funds to explore engineer drawings and the pre-planning of where we'd like to propose that field training classroom. So a short summary of what that classroom looks like. You'll notice that there is a couple pictures and stuff that we'll get to, but more than less, what we're looking for is a classroom that we can refer to, technical term that we use in the field is a dirty classroom, but more or less the opportunity to come out of the tower into a sheltered environment that's quiet and have the ability to have demonstration boards, TV footage, the view of the training tower and stuff like that for the members to come in and out to maximize that training time without having to come out of their gear, walk all the way back to the main building itself, get decontaminated, and then put it all back on and go back out again. Our biggest struggle is the time management there, and this is something that we want to look to enhance the time management and increase the ability of our members to continue working safety while factoring in the decontamination and the safety around the cancer-reducing agents. A field operations classroom will allow participants to reduce the downtime as mentioned, provide proper environment for field instructions, allow for hands-on approach to correcting and improving the instruction time before, after, and during the hands-on training evolutions of the tower. Space for the theoretical training, lectures, and workshops. These rooms will be outfitted with modern AV equipment to facilitate the effective learning. A viewing area adjacent to the classroom. Viewing area will be constructed with an overhead roll-up door to accommodate for all seasons, and the view of the training tower. This will allow the trainers and observers to monitor exercises safely and provide real-time feedback. This classroom would be a fully serviced building with power, heat, water, audio, video, washrooms, etc. Hose drying addition with a concrete pad is another addition that we'd like to have on the side of the classroom. Currently, we do not have a proper hose drying station where we can bring in all of our hoses and equipment after training, clean it properly, decontaminate it, and have a proper area for it to dry. A gear room or mud room with ample hangar space for turnout gear and ventilation, ensuring safe and organized storage for all trainees. Mud room will also be able to help maintain the hygiene by separating the dirty gear from the clean areas with an air purifying unit to reduce the off-gassing effect from the gear and proper ventilation after exiting a structure fire. Also, within this building, we're looking at trying to capture several components that can benefit the service in multiple different ways, not just a one-shot, one-stop building. It's going to serve multiple purposes. And one of the other asks that we've looked at is an opportunity to have a building or structure where our wildland urban interface team can set up sprinkler props. So this building would be set up with eaves troughs and stuff similar to a residential structure where they could set up their sprinkler deployment and practice that as they train all of our members across the service, their own practice training, and then when we do external training as well.
Chief Liadis, is it okay if I interrupt you with a councillor's question here?
For sure.
Councillor Radcliffe has his light on for a bit. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, we talked about in the second paragraph that revenue generated from deployments. Do we actually profit when our firefighters are deployed to other areas?
That's a great question, Councilor Radcliffe. Yes, our service, what we do is we follow the provincial billing rates. So when our wildland urban interface team is deployed, or when we backfill positions or send additional firefighters and resources to support an operation, like for example, like our neighbors in Jasper this year and stuff, there is a cost recovery that comes back associated with that, where the department generates a revenue from that.
Okay, and the billing is greater than the actual costs? Oh, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Chief, is the current training room in the Public Services Building undersubscribed to, therefore needing more space? There is, what, that building's 4 years old, not even? Is it overutilized that we need to build a new one?
That's a great question, Councillor Malhoff and Deputy Reeve, my apologies. So to explain on that, the best answer would be to kind of break it up into two parts. So the classroom serves a great purpose for the theory-based training, like that's currently being used inside the building. It's being used for training nights, it's being used for meetings. It's also an alternative setup for an ECC in regards to an emergency management event. If this building wasn't feasible, we would be able to set up there as well. Our problem is the room itself is not big enough for the demographic of the majority of classes that we've been experiencing the last couple of years. So say, for example, a lot of the nozzle forward courses and a lot of the other stuff we've been doing where we've been partnering with our mutual aid partners such as Sylvan Lake, Sundre, Lacombe, some of the other ones there where they're coming in. We don't have classrooms big enough to accommodate the class size. And to bring it in and break it up into two parts is hard. And one of the hardest things right now that we've been doing to improvise in the past is utilizing the apparatus bay floor. I'm sure everyone in this room has probably been in a similar situation where you're in a high ceiling, big wide walls and have one person talking without audio and video to talk. It's very hard to hear, listen, and understand. And for a group of firefighters, it's hard for the majority to pay attention in that big room in that aspect. So that would be our ask, is to kind of follow that in-depth ability to gain that maximum amount of time and be able to target multiple different areas there.
Supplementary. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. So like the Red Deer City Training Center originally was a partnership with an industrial company, Firemaster, if memory is serving. That's going back many years. Have we considered a partnership with any of our local industrial companies? I believe we have Hellfire, Mud Creek. I'm not sure if Alert Safety Services is in the space anymore. Have we considered partnering with them on some of these initiatives, and that way the whole community is benefiting from this amazing facility?
That's a great question, Councillor Malhoff. Yes, we do have regular conversations with our industry partners within our local as well as our mutual aid partners. One of the biggest things that a lot of departments have noticed is having your own training tower creates that opportunity of growth from within, and you're not tied to someone else's schedule. We're speaking with Sylvan Lake with their new tower that they've recently done, Red Deer County, Red Deer City, and some of the other locals that are there. What we've been doing is trying to explore how we can help each other out. And one of the biggest things we've noticed is the training area is the biggest gap. Not a lot of our partners have like an NFPA 1041 level 2 fire instructor within house, or they don't have enough staffing to say put on a whole course that the province says you have to have a minimum of 8 to 10. What we're doing is we're working on filling those classes and closing those training gaps as a whole by saying we'll host a class, for example, we'll have a couple members from Sundre, a couple members from Sylvan, et cetera, and around, and we'll be able to close that gap. That's what we've been doing lately, because a lot of that struggle is just the staffing and the scheduling for a lot of people. So we might do it this time, Lacombe might do it next time, Sundre might do it next time, Sylvan might do it the following time, and that's how we're helping all of our partners be able to close that gap with the training, because I think the majority of the room understands that our biggest struggle right now is the time with our paid on-call members who have full-time jobs. Scheduling is one of the hardest things in our department.
Director Haggard.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Just to follow up to the question in terms of dealing with partners, we haven't yet fully explored that opportunity to partner with other like service entities, but in fact, I had a phone call from one of the ones you mentioned, without spilling the beans on which one, last week suggesting the same thing. So I certainly didn't commit to anything on behalf of Clearwater County or Council, but knowing that this item was coming forth for consideration as a proposal and to leave it with the Strategic Planning Committee to give us direction for budget, it's certainly something that we could look into as possibilities. From the one I did speak with, the more concrete surface ground where mobile props could be pulled in, the better in terms of what they would be able to utilize. That was kind of the ask, and then if there's a way to sponsor props or things that they might have multi-use between, you know, structural versus industrial fire service, for instance. That was kind of the high-level discussion. We definitely didn't get into any nitty-gritty details on what that would mean for dollars. But certainly it's something if this committee directed us to further pursue, we could look into further.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I have a question on, you said the hose drying and concrete pad. What do we do now at that site? Because, I mean, you come back in, there are hoses all dirty after a fire.
Yep.
We don't have any place to dry them.
So our current, what we do currently, I guess the best way to word that, Councillor Cermak, is sometimes depending on the type of hose and how much hose is there, we'll bring it to our station in Rocky Mountain House that actually has the heated hose drying tower with the fans in there. Obviously, that's a cumbersome project when you're bringing it back and forth, back and forth. I can't speak on behalf of decisions made prior to me being with the county there. From talking with the team, it wasn't asked in years past, but it was something that wasn't feasible based on budget at the time. But it was something that would have been an ideal ask at the time. So we're looking at adding that in as an ask now, because when we talk about that time management with our paid on-call staff as well as our full-time staff, if we could have at the training tower where we utilize most of our hose and making a mess of stuff, to have something there instead of the transportation back and forth and then paying staff to go put it back in, that would be ideal. So that's why we're looking at adding that into this new structure, if possible.
You also said that we have outside fire halls come and use our facility. Is that on a cost recovery basis?
That's a great question. So we have a couple different examples. So like Director Haggard said, it's not something that we've explored in full detail, but the majority of the partnerships that we've done thus far is where we work with another department where we trade spots where it's just an equal dollar value between the stations. So if they want to host a course, say for a driver, pumper, operator course, and they need 8 to fill it to be able to be a recognized course with the province, and they only have 6 students, they'll offer up several spots to us in a fair trade to be able, so we're the hosting facility, they're the hosting class, they arrange all the logistics and our members slide into that. Then that way there we're able to work together on that. We have had other opportunities where we've had training cadres come in where we've charged a fee that's similar to all the other training towers in the area, where they can rent the tower for the day and they have 2 options there. There's a liability sign off on that they sign, and or if it's staffed where they require staffing. So say if we're doing live fire training, they'll have ignition specialists, they'll have a safety officer, they'll have a pump operator and stuff there that's requested by them that we staff for, and then we gain that cost recovery back and we bill that client directly. So an example of that would have been, not this past summer, the summer before, our neighbors on the Ochese, they were getting all their full certification to the NFPA 1001, and they had hired a training consulting company to come in, and they rented our facility from us, requested the staff to support that training so their instructors could work with the firefighters directly, and that's how we facilitated that.
Perfect. Sounds like it works great.
It's a great work in progress, and a lot of people, because of council support in years past and continuing into today, I've heard lots of positive feedback, and we do have probably one of the nicest hours in the areas that we're very fortunate to have. And we'd like to continue with that program going forward as we continue to grow.
Yeah, even if we just give you a place to dry your hoses and clean them. That's ridiculous dragging hoses from Leslieville into Rocky to get it done. I mean, I can't see that when you're building a building the size that we built at Leslieville, that wouldn't have had that in it. I would have thought that was one of the first things you would have had. But maybe not. I guess I'm just looking from a different point, and I guess you're the professional here, so it's got to cost money to do that. what we're doing now. So this will pay back some. Thank you.
Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. You mentioned that our partners had asked to have this. Who are those partners? And I also have a concern about cost recovery on this facility.
I can speak to the partners first, Councillor Radcliffe. So when I say partners, my wording of partners is our neighbors on the fire service side of things that we have mutual aid agreements and service agreements with directly. And then I'll refer to the others as friends, like we'll say our industry partners and stuff that we don't actually have a written contract or anything with or any obligations to in that avenue. So with that being said, those partners, we work like on our training program throughout the year. I know Deputy Chief Brown from our training division there, he's working with all of our neighboring partners and stuff, trying to forecast for the following years, like identifying those gaps and seeing where we can work together on things. And in return on that, that's giving us the ability to reduce costs. Because if we have some key members at one station where say we're short, let's just take for example, 3Q licensing to be able to drive the tandem axle trucks and stuff in some of our halls. If we have to go out of our way to send members to the city of Red Deer and pay travel and pay time and everything, when we have the opportunity to partner with, say, Sundry or Sylvan in that avenue, and they could bring people in and then we could bring in a teacher, that would help the reduction in cost and travel time as well. So that's what we're trying to optimize there. And you said you had a second question as well, sorry?
Yes, as far as cost recovery goes, do we have some idea of what those numbers would be?
At this time, I'll start. Director Haggard add in if she has anything else to add. So because it's something that's very, very new, it's kind of been experimental to see how that works out. So we did a research project. We had brought in the ability to explore what our neighbors are charging, what an average day rate is. So just for example, around the $800, $850 per day mark for just the rental of the facility with no staffing, no nothing is typically what the going average is in the area. And we aim to be right around that average. And then what our staffing rates are, if that's requested by the party, then we fully recover the staffing rate as well as the rental of the tower and then any general consumables as well. So if it is a live fire, for example, where we need to provide straw bales, extra lumber and stuff like that, then that's directly billed as well on top. But we don't have a fee schedule or anything for the last couple of years because we've just done one or two each season to kind of explore what that looks like as part of our future development plans. So I couldn't give you a concrete number of what revenue to expect year after year at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Director Haggard.
Thanks, Chief Liadis, and thank you. I was going to offer up that about $800 a day. So when we're talking about cost recovery, I wouldn't say we're at the point where this would ever be a cost recovery in terms of capital infrastructure investment. And if the councillors who may have been at the table when we started down the process of building the training grounds in Leslieville, that was kind of an honest dialogue at the time. It was that any kind of revenue coming from this would be a slow trickle, kind of helping offset existing operating costs without, I wouldn't say offsetting the cost of construction or, 365 operations of the facility. The training grounds were built primarily for our fire service use, and then if there's, partnership opportunities, that's kind of the gravy in terms of that. So we don't budget for that revenue. It comes into the service as we expect it. It's not something we've marketed yet. And certainly there'd be a staffing component, administrative component of having that as something we push to market in terms of getting it out there and trying to sell space there. And, at this point, administratively, we haven't felt that the value would offset the cost of trying to push that out to market further, because there is staffing requirements for us to make sure facilities ready to go for a partnering agency to come take a look at it. And as we build out these additional concrete or hard surfacing for props, I think it'll become more and more appealing to other user groups like Councillor Melhoff had mentioned earlier. So it's something we certainly can do, it just hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I wouldn't want to ever say that we think the cost will offset the cost of capital construction. I think that's separate. We're proposing things within the new phase 3, 4, and 5 for the training ground site that are based on our fire services needs. And then if there's additional use, then that would be a bonus. And I know Eric and I just kind of chatted quickly. I don't know if you came up to answer the question related to facilities at time of construction. Is that what you came up for?
Yeah, and you know, and Councillor Lougheed was at the discussions as well. So I just wanted to provide the clarity, I guess, on the fire, or the hose tower. So the fire services senior leadership team that we had for the day, you know, they identified the amenities that they needed for those facilities. It wasn't, the hose tower was never added to the design and then taken out by council. You know, I just want to be 100% clear. I was part of that design team, and was there when we presented the item to council there. The only thing that was eliminated from the design went from a 5-bay construction to a 3-bay construction. So I say a hose tower. What the fire services team at the time there, they have drying racks that are in Leslieville and in Condor. That was in their estimation was sufficient for dealing with their hoses. Yeah, so I just wanted to provide that clarity, that it wasn't, that it was the end of the budget and council had to cut something, and that's what it was. So maybe if Mr. Lougheed wanted to chime in on his experience.
Yeah, I did touch my button just to touch a bit on that, and I appreciate the discussion, and as Councillor Cermak had indicated, you know, and Director Haggart had said as well, ultimately the vision for that public services building and the concept around that wasn't fully realized through budgetary constraints. Ultimately, we had to live within a budget, something that the community had just experienced one build of a fire hall and was less receptive to the investment at that time. I think the fire training area has been vetted fully and has been a great success. I think it's meeting the needs of the service as it moves forward. I think with the recommendations of the fire service now that there's some deficiencies or ways they feel they can improve the safety of their firefighters, I think that's something that we should consider. I'm encouraged that it seems to be mostly funded through fire training reserve type funding. So I would be pleased to make the motion that the Strategic Planning Committee directs administration.
We're not quite done the presentation.
We're
yet.
not quite
Did you
done the
wanna-
presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
You can still make the motion if you like.
I'll shut up for now. I'll shut up for now.
Little foreshadowing.
Okay.
I appreciate your passion. I figured you would be passionate
Thank
on
you.
this topic, Councillor Lougheed. Councillor Wilhoff.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Obviously, I'm a huge advocate for the fire service and a huge advocate for building our own where we can. Is building a new training room going to help facilitate partnerships with potentially the Wild Rose School Division and build some of those? There's those programs that can give you credits during high school for working with fire services. I believe Olds is utilizing that program, and many other municipalities. They're working directly with the school division, so they graduate as fully trained firemen. Will this help facilitate some of those partnerships?
I think that's a great question, Councillor Wilhoff. I can't speak to saying that we've been doing a full research project on that exact topic right now. I know with our fire prevention officer, Captain Vanderbeeren, him and I have had multiple discussions for what we're going to be putting on the table for kind of our future planning. Now that he's had his first year here, he's got all his training and certification out of the way to be able to sign off on the safety code side of things and everything else. That was kind of the key focus for him. Now, as we're targeting high hazard areas in our investigations and inspection side of things, some of the programs that we want to look to explore as an organization with that support would be exploring maybe that potential junior firefighter program in the future, to be looking at partnerships with the school division to see what we could do there. Also, that would create opportunities for demonstrations to have that open invitation for council to kind of view live fire training activities and stuff from a safe location and stuff. And we'd have the opportunity to kind of explore multiple different avenues, but do we have anything set in stone that we're proposing at this time for that specifically? No, but it's definitely something that we're looking towards. And the only other one that I know we are looking at that's on that list as well is speaking with looking at doing a potential, like a one-day event. We talked with our partners in Sylvan Lake and Red Deer County this year that did an introduction to young students and pushing the drive towards more females in firefighting and stuff. We're very good right now. We're just below 30%. We're on the high side of having a large demographic of female firefighters, which I'm very proud of. And if we can look at expanding that horizon to more younger people, more every demographic for that matter, and get away from the old traditional trends of just being a boys club, if you will. I think we've progressed into the modern times, and I'm proud of that, and I'd like to continue with that avenue and support any way I can.
Excellent, thank you.
Director Martinson.
Director Haggard just asked me to speak a little bit about the work that we're doing with the JUPA as it relates to the Wild Rose School Division. And so without getting too far ahead of ourselves, we have included the Public Services Building and the Fire Training Grounds as a potential amenity that could be shared amongst Wild Rose School Division and Clearwater County. The JUPA is an umbrella empowering document. There would need to be subsequent formal agreements specifically to how the high school or the principal through his administration may access a resource in Clearwater County or vice versa, how a rec board might access a resource. So we have included that. The JUPA is in consultation phase right now with internal stakeholders. Our county department heads will review it soon. Our rec boards will have a chance to review it, and all that information will be brought back to council. But it felt like a prudent time to mention that. We are putting that structure in, and we'll be working with fire and the school division. Doesn't guarantee that it would be a facility that's accessible. It just allows the potential in the future. So hope that kind of also helps support what the chief was explaining.
All right, seeing no more questions, I will just do one last thing while our Reeve prepares here. If you would like to continue, Chief Liadis, with proposed phase 4.
Okay, so to summarize the proposed phase 3, however council sees fit, if you'd like for me to finish the couple of phases and then have the motions after that, or if you wanted to go one by one for each phase, however you'd like to proceed, I can accommodate.
I would say finish and then we'll.
Finish, okay. Okay, so in summary for the phase 3, is there any other questions? I think the room's had a few. We've had some insight there. I'd like to thank Eric and Matt, our directors, as well, for adding some insight there. I know it's hard to come in and speak to decisions made from previous leadership in years past and have information from different channels, but it's good to see that we have a great team working with us when it comes to the future development of the infrastructure side of things, as well as our partners in different groups to continue that growth program. So it's great to see the teamwork. So proposed phase 4. So this would be the next question on the table here for the room that we'd like to move towards. So what this is exploring the opportunity to have a pump house system put in place. So this would be an ask for the 2027 engineering and construction cost for this. So currently right now we have the fire pond with a dry hydrant system. With the dry hydrant system in place, this gives us the ability to pull up a fire truck and be able to draft from that source. And what we're looking at doing, because we have the hydrants on site as well too, is creating the opportunity to have a fixed pump house facility placed right adjacent to that pad, right beside our fire pond, which would serve multiple purposes. So this would help us when it comes to the training side of things with a pressurized source of water. Obviously, a preference in the firefighting service when it comes to the response side of things and the training side of things is working from a pressurized source. But on the training side of things, you should have the ability to do both. There's an expectation to draft from a static source as well as move water from a pressurized source. And right now, the only way we can move from a pressurized source is if we set up a CET pump right at the pond and feed from the pump to the fire truck, and that fire truck is going to feed to whatever truck that has lines pulled off of it working around the tower itself. So we kind of have multiple things in place, and we're looking to reduce multiple things and have one that we could work off of right from the start. With that being said, this would be a building that would require power and heat and a pumping system that's in there. And this would be something, talking to some industry specialists on that, we would be looking at, there was either a question around a diesel pump or an electric pump. And one of the things that we noticed that would make the most sense and more user-friendly when it comes to the environment would be the electrical pump side of things. What that ask would be with that pump there is that gives us the ability to charge the hydrants, and as well, if you see in the picture there on the right-hand side, we refer to that as a Christmas tree or a water thief. So that gives the ability to isolate and open up multiple valves or just one valve, and then you can hook that hose directly to the truck. So that's coming on this, that would be placed on the outside of the pump house there. And the other thing that would support as well too, just for council to be aware of, is it's not just a training infrastructure, I guess the best way to put it is what this would do is this would aid us as well for filling up trucks in the event of a fire within Leslieville proximity for our tenders. So if we had like a residential, commercial, or farm structure fire within the area, if we fire up this pump, this will allow us to reduce the time tremendously on filling the trucks and getting them back out the door. And we could set up a tanker shuttle right from that facility as well. Because if we set up a draft, then you lose one whole pumper to be staged there the whole time to feed the incoming tenders. And the biggest challenge is our service with paid on-call members don't have the opportunity to pump a truck on the regular basis. And unfortunately, we don't have the technology to just press an on and off button. It requires a lot of skill and talent to be able to draft from a static source, especially from a dry hydrant system. So with that being said, we're looking at easing that and reducing the stressors on the members and reducing the delay times. So this would help with that. And I know working with planning and development, there's lots of different projects that we've been looking at with the Leslieville Community Hall and some other things about exploring different water sources that would potentially allow us to apply for a variance, if you will, to have that pressurized source in that close proximity for future development within Leslieville. That's not a guarantee, just to clarify. Everything on a variance is submitted to council, and that's pending their approval. But from some of the research projects we've done on Prioritization Subdivision and some other ones, we've been one of the few that's got some of those variances approved based on our business cases, working with our partners, which is something that our team's proud of so far. So that would be one of the asks there.
Okay, so there's a question from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You answered two of them already regarding tender shuttling, and if this would help with that, and the variance question with regards to the hall. So two of them were already answered. But my third one was with regards to, does this remove the ability for them to still learn drafting? Much of our community is rural, and therefore the skill required for drafting is still extremely important to rural fire services. And I don't want to have that skill not trained on and or removed because we have upgraded to this system, because the rural landscape still needs to be able to draft. So hopefully you guys are still going to train to that.
That's a great question. 100% the intention is to have both there, to keep the dry hydrant system that's currently in place and have this adjacent to that. As mentioned, the training side of things, drafting in a rural operation is huge for our response logic in our area and that demographic. And we have that expectation for anyone who jumps in that front driver's seat of a fire truck has the ability to pump that truck no matter what it is, training or in a response aspect.
Okay, see no further questions. Go ahead, continue, please.
So that would conclude the proposed phase 4. So we'll move on to proposed phase 5. So as mentioned earlier at the start of this presentation, we talked about some of the early phase props that were mentioned at the time. When we talked about our training division exploring more better suited training props based on like a heavy industrial focus, that was the original intent. We wanted to shift that focus to kind of gear that around today's modern fire response. For the members that were here in our ICC meeting last week, we talked about our call volume and where our service responds to in excess of 50 plus structure fires a year is what we're requested through 911 to respond to. And with that being said, I think it's fair to say that our community has a very, very diverse mix of modern building construction, World War II era type of stuff, and then throughout even older and even newer and lots in between. And with that being said, with the majority of stuff being a rural response, our response times in the building construction stuff pose a very, very big challenge. And when it comes to identifying flashover conditions in some of these structures, that has always been a focus in the fire service for the 20 years-ish I've been in the industry. It's been a topic that's been key. Having the ability to identify flashover conditions and recognition is huge. And there is a couple different opportunities that I've seen with previous departments I've worked with when it comes to mobile props and stuff. But with the facility as beautiful as it's been built thus far, this is what our team decided that I think would be a great asset to add in as a fixed prop instead of a mobile prop. Mobile props pose a little bit more challenges and stuff, and anything obviously that moves tends to have more maintenance and stuff. With the facility that we have there, this would be a request to extend one of our current concrete pads to accommodate for this fixed structure. So the ask would be for the prep work, which is the $25,000 ask, which would be the extension of the concrete to accommodate the footprint of the fixed structure in 2028. And then in 2029, the purchase of the flashover chamber and installation. So fire training, or first training prop would be the extension of the concrete as mentioned, and then the costs associated with that in year one and then year two. There's some pictures there just as some examples. Obviously we would have something engineered that would be custom tailored to what our wants and needs are. A little bit of background on this prop, because for the average person that doesn't have the training, these things can be very dangerous if you don't have the proper training. So there is a training requirement. We're very fortunate that a large amount of our officer body has had the flashover recognition training before. We have the live fire training specialists. We have several of our chief officers that have that already in-house. And these props here, when used correctly, add a ton of value to the service. I've seen these purchased or in years past with other departments that didn't have that expertise and specialty there, and they get them cooking way too hot. They're wrecking gear, they're wrecking helmets, and they're costing their organizations a large amount of money. Our biggest focus would be to have a team of trained professionals that run that prop to make sure that we're not damaging gear and having to replace it earlier, because with the cost of a set of turnout gear nowadays at approximately $4,000 and then an SCBA in excess of $10,000, that's a large investment to kind of throw out the window for just a training opportunity. So we want to be cognizant of that as well. So using the right prop and having the right design is key. Fire services will have the ability to implement a comprehensive training curriculum that leverages the training grounds facilities in more time-sensitive manner. Courses will focus on basic firefighting skills, safety protocols, and specialized training for rural firefighting scenarios, focusing on the fire behavior, flashover recognition for today's modern building construction that has significantly increased the risk to firefighters. Being able to enhance the training downtime and have the ability to train more evolutions while maximizing the training hours is key for a successful foundation and response capabilities in training. So to reiterify on the previous ask there around the training field operations classroom, this would add value to that as well, having that facility there. They would both kind of complement each other for our future development and plans.
Okay. I have a question here from
Sure.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Some of my favorite training that I did when I wore the uniform was flashover training. You simply cannot replicate that in a video environment, and being able to experience it real time allows you to then remove yourself from that environment or prevent yourself from being stuck in those environments real time when you're in a situation. I think this is an extremely valuable piece of equipment. Would there be value in seeing it not be 5 years from now? Because it's 2029, so I guess 4 years from now, and seeing it be sooner and potentially delaying one of the other phases, because like I said, this is something that is extremely valuable. Not that they aren't all extremely valuable, but delaying 4 years, is that, wouldn't you want it sooner?
That's a great question, Councillor Melhoff. If it was up to me for the timeline and council supported it, I'd propose all of this next year if possible. But with being cognizant and being respectful of the funds and the ratepayers, and as well as our deployment funds and revenue that's generated there, we really tried to dig into what made the most sense to spread this out so it was more palatable when it came to the funds and the money. Could the order of these be argued either way? Yes, 100%. Based on kind of a wants and needs analysis right now, one of the biggest things, like when we wanted to look at the pump house, for example, for a 2027, we needed to do some more research, put everything together next year to propose that for the following year. And if that made sense, we would look at potentially bumping that up to the 2026 budget. In regards to the classroom, that's one of our biggest things right now as we continue to grow. We're continuing to build those partnerships. We're continuing to work with our neighbors and friends. That's one of the areas right now where we've had a lot of more challenges in a more, I guess, administrative controlled environment that we'd like to kind of pursue first. And then the water supply there, like I said, that would be able to support us in multiple different business cases. So that one there is kind of that close second behind the flashover chamber. Currently, our birding tower allows us to do some live fire training, but it doesn't have the ability to set up a full, proper, safe flashover recognition component. We do have the live fire rooms, obviously, that are double insulated in there for the live fire and rollover components, but not the flashover piece itself. I wouldn't be comfortable in my role and in my professional opinion trying to recreate flashover conditions in our current tower because it's not designed or intended for that in those areas. So that would be that push for that ask on the flashover side of things. But if council supports bumping those years up, we are all for it. So just to kind of summarize on that avenue, unless there was another question there, Councillor, I was just going to scroll down for the room to see some of the pictures that we've added there for some potential designs. So just looking for kind of generic field classroom. Obviously, we haven't put anything there, but that would kind of be the ask. So the host tower in the back corner, there'd be entrances for the gear room with lockers and stuff on the left there. So that would have the ventilation and the fans and stuff there. They'd be able to come into that structure, have washrooms and cleanup facilities in there. Obviously, with the being a full service building, you'll have your mechanical and electrical rooms, your access for your host tower, and then a concrete pad around it, because currently sometimes we're washing and rolling hose and then dragging it through the mud to get it back in the building, which is not always ideal, but we do the best we can with what we got, and we looked at it as if this is something we're going to propose, we want to try to incorporate everything to make it practical so it lasts for years to come.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. What are the pressures that are driving call volumes?
Sure. I'll try to answer that question as best I can. When it comes to the call volume sector, we've been looking at trends the last couple of years, the 2.5 years roughly that I've been with the team here. And the last 5 years, we've been progressing 10 to 15% call volume per year. Director Hager, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we looked at the years prior to that, if we looked at the 10-year spread from 2018 before to 2008, we were almost status quo within like 20 calls for like almost 10 years straight. And just in the last 5 years, our call volume started to inflate gradually each year. Administratively, we've tried to make administrative controls through the MFR protocols and stuff with reducing the response time, so we're not showing up on scene to EMS calls, for example, where fire is not really required. It's never good to see EMS show up and then a fire truck right behind them when we're not needed. Obviously, there's a cost associated with that. Working with two different organizations, two different dispatch systems that talk to each other kind of sort of on the higher level. A lot of time delays happen within that, where sometimes there could be a unit that's out of service at Rocky Hospital finishing up a call. We could get a call in Ferrier, for example, and it doesn't show on their EMS dispatch system that that ambulance is in Rocky and available, and they'll tone out Eckville or Sundre or Nordegg or one other bus to respond, but then 5 minutes later, the Rocky unit clears and they're on scene for 10 minutes before our crews get there, and we didn't know that. So there's certain variables that we don't have control over, but what we've tried to do to mitigate that is increase the response time requirement from 21 to 28 minutes when there's a delay on EMS, depending on the nature of the call. Just to clarify that, is what we've done to try to reduce the amount of times our crews are responding to calls that we're showing up the same time as EMS. But if it's a critical, like Delta or Echo call, is the terminology we use, so that could be a trauma or a life-threatening injury or cardiac event or anything of that nature, obviously the time constraints get pushed aside, and whoever can get there to intervene and provide that level of care is obviously our primary focus for our residents. But as for the call volume in other areas, the community's still growing. Some of the factors that I think were considered on the table, obviously COVID was out of the way for the last couple of years now. People are getting back to normal life. People are rebounding financially where they're traveling more. We're seeing more MVCs. We're seeing more events in the backcountry. Other than that, I don't really have a concrete answer. We've never actually done a full research study other than just looking at the calls, comparing the trends on the last 5 and 15 years and seeing where they're at, and then actually digging in a little bit further into, like, say, fire investigations on seeing the nature of the cause to see if there's any trends there. That's one of the things Captain Vanderbeer and myself are working on to identify as a service. If we're doing our due diligence on the fire prevention side of things to see if there's a trend. So say, for example, what we've seen in other organizations is water heaters or furnaces that had recalls on them. By being able to work with manufacturers and provide that information to the public, that gives that opportunity for somebody to look at it and say, oh, I have that exact same furnace that there's a recall on it. I didn't know about that, but we shared that on our social media page or something along that nature. we could potentially reduce a family losing everything. So that's one of our biggest focuses there.
Okay, did I understand that it's emergency response, like a medical response, more so than fires that are the calls that are going up?
I think it's a fair trend across the board. What I can do, I did print off, this was as of last week, call volume summary of a full breakdown of the types of calls that we can see the increases on. And I can pass that around the room or have copies made if need be.
Ms. Haggart, did you have something to add to that too?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I thought the chief did a great job of describing some of the differences in call volumes. They've certainly gone up. I was just going to say anecdotally, it's hard to say, but 911 is called and we go to all the different types that are within our service level. So for me, it seemed to peak up during kind of that COVID when people were staying local in our area. You couldn't go outside of your province or Canada. The transient population coming in for vacationing or what have you, increased all of the calls for service. I think year over year, I don't think there's a huge increase in terms of structure fires themselves, but a motor vehicle collision, for instance, due to increased traffic volume or perhaps some sort of assistance with something in the backcountry because there was more users. And I think once those folks discovered the beauty of the West Country in our area, they continued to come after COVID wasn't restricting where they could travel any longer. But of course, that's my assumption in terms of why call volumes went up. Anecdotally, it's not based on any kind of evidence or science. It just seemed to be what was happening at the time. In terms of the medical calls, for certain from 2020 to 2021, those seem to increase from year over year, but they've stayed steady since then. So if there's an anomaly in the system, again, it would be anecdotal. It wouldn't necessarily be something we could speak to on the whys. It could be more people requiring service. It could be more significant types of calls for service from a medical perspective versus what we were used to seeing. That's a tough question to answer concretely. But we've given you some ideas of what we think it might be from. And the chief was able to pass along the...
It's coming around the room, correct?
Yeah, and the chief is just passing around what types of calls for service. I know council gets as well a monthly update, and then we do an annual report. If you went and took a look at the annual reports on the website, you'd be able to see year over year call types and numbers. Particularly, we won't have 24 done, of course, yet, but that would give paint a good picture as well in terms of the numbers.
Thank you.
So with that, did you want to conclude anything else that you want to bring for reference for this committee?
At this time, Reeve, I think that is everything that Fire Services has for the committee today. We've gone over our future visions for the training grounds, our capital and operations presented last week to the ICC there, looking to move forward with that support from our council for next year.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? If not, I think we have we can go through this individually as suggested as far as different phase projects, or present them as a whole. So, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. When we were discussing the different community partnership opportunities, Ms. Haggart, you had mentioned that you hadn't had full direction from the team in order to pursue that. I would happily make that motion and if it needs to be altered, please let me know. Strategic Planning Committee directs administration to build community partnerships regarding CRFRS Training Center and bring back an update to Strategic Planning Committee. Would that suffice for helping that get achieved? Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? In regards to partnership. Thank you, that motion's carried. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Further to that, you had mentioned that you guys rent out this facility, but there's not a fee schedule created currently for that. So I would make the motion that Strategic Planning Committee directs administration to build a fee schedule for the Sierra for Us training facility for future use.
Thank you for the motion. Comments or questions? Councillor Graham?
I guess I would ask you if you guys are at that stage yet, or do you need some more time to figure out if that's required?
A draft of the fee schedule completed and stuff. Director Hager and myself, we had chatted about it the last couple of months here, whether it's something that we're gonna advertise due to the fact that we wanna make sure that we have support from council if we're looking to have the training facility operated as more of a business perspective or just a cost recovery as what's been currently decided. That's where we're at with that. So we could provide the fee schedule to council at any time for that aspect. But in regards to speaking to our industry partners and community partnerships and stuff, to have something more concrete, we could look at having a date coming up. I do believe on middle of November, I have a meeting and a tour with the team from Fire and Flood. They have a rope rescue division and technical rescue division and other stuff there where they wanted to inquire about seeing if they could borrow and utilize our facility, having an alternative operation there, and look at a couple different avenues. To what extent, I'm not too sure of, but I know in conversations with the team from Fire and Flood, they had mentioned about exploring the opportunity to just a pay for service or possible donation, or exploring opportunities for future development there. So there is a few good things in the work with some of our industry partners, but nothing's been set in stone yet.
Thank you.
Okay. So, motion by Councillor Melhoff in regards to fee schedule, draft fee schedule to bring back. So, is there any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. And then, of course, we have the staff recommendation as far as motions. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I wasn't sure if Councillor Lougheed wanted to do it. No? Okay. That the Strategic Planning Committee directs administration to include the Leslieville Fire Training Grounds Phase 3, 4, and 5 projects as presented, funded through use of fire training reserves in the 2025 to 2034 capital budget for council deliberation considerations.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments, questions on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just a question. Is all of this going to be covered by the fire training fund?
Director Hager?
That is the intent, Councillor Ratcliffe, yes. Certainly we'll have a full view of that during budget deliberations, but I'd understand from finance that we'd be sitting around that $1.2 million within that fund, so that would more than cover what's existing before you. But of course, we'll have all that information when it comes to budget time for consideration. But the intent and how it's entered into the Questica system is to be funded through that reserve, and that's of course based on those surplus allocations, which haven't happened yet. Is that correct, Rhonda, or have they?
Mr. Hunt?
They've happened to the end of 2023, and there is a question as to an error that happened in 2023, so I'm just going through that to make sure, but by the end of 2024, there will be enough money to fund all the projects that the fire services has requested.
Okay, so is this fire training reserve is composed entirely of profits from deployments?
Mr. Hunt?
Yes, so what happens every year is the revenues are tallied, and then we deduct any expenses, so the pay to the volunteers as well as any of their expenses when they're on the road is deducted, so that is just the net amount that comes from deployment that's in that restricted surplus.
Okay, that's impressive. I was struggling to see the benefits to the taxpayers from this million plus investment, but considering that it's not really funds coming from taxpayers, I would support this motion.
Councillor Northcott? Oh, no, okay. I would add too that it's without the dedication of those firefighters, this fund wouldn't even exist. And so having the heart of the service going out there and using their expertise and their guidance from, well, it's all well intended and it comes from the heart, and I'm sure that wherever our service goes, they're well received in that, and price is really, and is not even an issue in that instance. It's the quality service that comes with that. Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I obviously made the motion, and I will be supporting the motion. However, if there was to be any type of adjustment needing to be made, I would adjust to the pump house and the flash chamber being priority over building another building, as there is already a training center, there is a training room there, albeit it has its own challenges. I'm not saying that it doesn't. Using bays versus a training room obviously aren't as ideal. However, there is one there that is already not used to its full extent. So if adjustments needed to be made, I would say that the adjustment would be to have the props rather than a training center if it was required.
All right. So are there any other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, seeing no other lights or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you, and thank you for coming in this afternoon, or this morning. All right. I'm just looking at the time here, and I guess we can get started into, just looking at the time, and I'm thinking we can get started into the summary section before lunch, if that helps, or do we want to have a clean break?
Up to you guys, whatever you want to do.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we take a break then, and we'll have our lunch early and come back at 12:30. All right, we're back from our lunch break for the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole Council for October 29th. We are at item 7.1, which is the strategic planning capital prioritization summary. And I will turn the floor over to Ms. Serhan, please.
Okay, we're gonna actually jump to 7.2. 7.1 was the documents I had available when the agenda was posted. And then we added some the next day. So we'll go right into 7.2. So the first document is the surplus document as of December 31st, 2023. So the balance is 108,661,115, and it's broke out. I've changed a little bit of how these items are broken out and grouped them. So the first grouping is operational, so the stabilization fund, GIS, that's photos, leachate, which we're moving, gravel reclamation, and emergency preparedness. And then the next grouping is the year-over-year capital projects that support standardized, what's considered standardized services within Clearwater County. So bridge infrastructure, vehicles and equipment, fire apparatus, gravel inventory, cell development, and landfill, paving and work in progress. The next group is facility related, so the ag-rec facility, the airport, fire facilities, fire training. Fire training, you'll see that number there. That's what the fire FRS or CFRS was talking about for those training facilities. Operational and administrative facility. And then the other ones are kind of more specific or have criteria attached to them. So, or anything else that has a restricted surplus. So rec, school, and municipal reserve funding, there was some dollars set in there to match fundraising for the schools in the county, and then also any municipal reserve funds that a developer has to pay in lieu of leaving green space on their development goes in there, and there's special criteria that for the projects that can be, that those dollars can be spent on. Trails, there's just a small amount in there. Public Works capital was intended for development within Clearwater County, but outside Nordegg. Sewer, general sewer, more for a regional sewer system. Leslieville sewer, those are the fees that are gathered that go above contributing to operating. So if 200,000 is collected and it costs 150 to operate that facility, then the additional, the difference between those two would be put into this Leslieville Sewer Fund. Broadband, you can see it's depleted to 170,000. West Country Roads, 300,000 goes into there annually as per policy. Resource Roads, there's a project on the books for that, just waiting for partners. And core infrastructure, and this is the one that was developed for in anticipation, I think, of amalgamation, and then other things have, other surpluses have got added to there over the years since it was created. So, and then Nordegg development is at a deficit of $6.9 million currently. Bringing that total again to $108 million. Maybe I'll move on to the projects that are identified as coming out of that core infrastructure fund. So currently, over the next 10 years, there's, I don't know, it looks like about 10 projects identified as coming out of the Core Infrastructure Fund totaling $5.151 million, leaving available for transfer out for other projects of 7.7. You'll see identified, the first one is solid waste central site, which is not the creation of the new facility at the central site. I believe that's upgrades to the current existing service. And then it's just Nordegg water, wastewater, some dry hydrant stuff, an erosion project, and Hamlet street lighting. On the next page, we're gonna go through a few of the restricted surpluses that maybe contain dollars for projects that don't have enough dollars in them to fund the entire project. So if we took all of that and reallocated it into a pot called unrestricted surplus and said, okay, this is the dollars you have to allocate to your priorities, it would total $45,206,000. Now that is taking that revenue stabilization fund to zero. That's taking the remainder of that core infrastructure fund and taking it to zero. Taking the dollars allocated to ag rec facility and operational and administrations facility to zero, and the public works capital to zero. So the next page is the projects that are, the funding has not yet been identified for. So that's the 5 broadband projects, Clearwater County's portion. Now you'll see the ag rec facility and the operations facility building back at their full cost, because if we take the money that's been identified for them and say we're gonna reallocate that money based on what the priorities are, those need to go up to what their total costs are. Nordegg South Townside Access Road, Stewart Street, Cemetery to Elizabeth Road, Community Features Allowance in Nordegg, Center Street Road Development, and the Solid Waste West Transfer Central Site. Now, because of the broadband project, you can see that the majority of these projects that are not funded are in the first 3 years. So that makes it maybe a little more difficult to save for those projects because they're large and will last more than 3 years. But also, if all of the dollars that that are already in a restricted surplus but allocated to something else were reallocated to those projects, we can go through the scenarios, the different scenarios of using debt or additional tax revenue to fund these projects in their entirety. Any questions so far before we get into the scenarios? Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the way that the report maybe have pulled in error that one, Rhonda, there was that 275 should have been in 25. That's the preliminary engineering for the central solid waste transfer site.
Okay.
So as per the last discussion with council, as a quick reminder, detailed design in 2025, earthworks construction 2026, then surfacing in 27, but it's broke out in those two categories.
Okay.
That's why there's one that's core infrastructure being funded for detailed design, and then unidentified for the balance.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Eric. And again, because we're working with the 25 draft budget that we haven't had a chance to really sit down and discuss, you know, administratively, even to have it in front of you is a little scary for me, but I'm pushing through.
Okay, perfect.
So any questions?
So just Councillor Lougheed has a question.
I do have one, and unfortunately it goes back a page or two.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's kind of identifying some of those restricted surpluses. I know there was one that was identified as sewer, and then of course Leslieville sewer beside there. You had suggested that the Leslieville sewer was comprised of a surplus over the operational costs. Is there some additional clarity there that perhaps there was a baseline and that's just been added to that? Because I would not want to try to convince the few ratepayers in the Leslieville that they have contributed to almost $1 million of surplus over, because ultimately if they're paying a monthly fee to cover the operational costs and there's a surplus, I hope that wasn't overestimated enough to create a $1 million surplus.
No, yeah, there was some funds put in there. Additionally, when it was talking about the difference between a regional system versus a Leslieville system, and you're correct, we should talk about, or council should talk about, none of the capital upgrades to that system that was quite, costly came out of that restricted surplus, so reallocating those dollars for something else or into the general sewer fund might be a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't believe that the fees are covering the operational since the new
Correct.
facility has taken over, so we should really discuss that and figure out what dollars actually went in there for what years, and if those dollars should have went towards the capital upgrades of that facility.
Okay. Follow up? No, that's good. Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just a question around the Nordegg water projects. Are they growth justified in the schedule, or can some of those be pushed back as well?
Can Kate speak to that?
Ms. Ragland?
So, a little of both. We just received we did a master servicing study through our preliminary engineering for Nordegg, and they identified milestones. However, operations has identified some deficiencies. So we would like to start with the preliminary engineering, and that will kind of encompass, so the cost we have today encompasses, say, like a third reservoir. The third reservoir would be more for population growth at a certain milestone that we just identified in the study. However, with it being, like, it's a smaller building, they kind of need a little more room. They're having issues with the way the piping comes in the building with deficiencies in aging infrastructure. So that's why we kept it where it was, because it's kind of both. Do we need the full extent of those upgrades identified? Probably not. However, we haven't done a preliminary engineering on it to really identify the extent of the operational upgrades versus the population upgrades.
Okay, good, thank you.
So, seeing no other lights, so which page would you like us to focus on?
So that
Or
final
just start-
page, yeah.
The scenarios?
The scenarios.
Perfect.
So if debt is used in one of the years between 2025 and 2028 to fund the identified shortfall, then the additional tax from increased assessment base would be used to repay the debt and replenish the revenue stabilization restricted surplus after 2028, when the major capital projects have been completed. Funding required prior to 2028 is $48 million. Once the $45 million of restricted surplus is, just let me. Yes, once the $45 million worth of restricted surplus is reallocated to those, if those are truly the priorities of council, $48 million is required. And then in those years, $26 million in tax revenue from the increased assessment base from the 3-year tax rate holiday that was imposed by the province. So the net required would be $22 million in debt. Or if there's no debt funding, that equates to $5.5 million per year in those first 4 years of additional tax revenue or a tax rate increase. So the different scenarios are just that, to provide context, to have a discussion around is what the options council would like to talk about or implement, in that any of those ones that are listed in the bottom there would be eligible for debt funding: broadband, facilities, the central transfer station, or Nordegg development, or a combination of those projects. Broadband, if broadband were considered for debt funding, those projects are in 25 and 26. If the facilities are debt funded, that debt would not be required until 2028. Central transfer station is over 3 years, so it would be debt added in subsequent years, I think from 25 through 27. And Nordegg development project could be any of those projects that are listed on the top of the page there, in any of those years as required. And then you could do on the bottom of those options, you could see that debt fund central transfer station, if that total is 10.6, then the additional could be either debt funded through a different project or funded through increased tax revenue of $2.8 million a year. And again, tax revenue is an estimate, and even though we know the amount of assessment that was put on the tax holiday, we don't have the formula for how they're going to depreciate that assessment. So for example, the assessment that was added in the first year would have 3 years of depreciation on it before it gets added to the tax roll. So it's not known what that effect will have on that assessment. And then again, the assessment for 2 years, or the second year would have 2 years of depreciation, and then the third year would only have 1.
Question on that.
Yep.
That assessment is done by the province.
Correct.
So have they been giving us those assessments in these years?
Yes.
Okay, so they have been, so.
But not the depreciated
Not the
assessment.
depreciation assessment.
Yeah, so they've given us the assessed value when it was added to the roll, but not what that assessment increase will be to our assessment base in the year that it's added because of those depreciation amounts. And it's quite a complex formula is what I've been told, so I'm not really sure what the formula is to determine the depreciation for those linear assets, but.
Okay. And that will be coming in 2025, correct?
Yes, so what we've estimated is $6.5 million. It looked like about 7 million if it was added on without any depreciation. But then, so then you have to take depreciation into account, which I think will be more than 500,000. But then there will also be 2024's assets that gets added that I don't know what that dollar amount is. So it's a guess, really, but hopefully a little more educated. I just don't know what that number is going to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the exercise in front of us is to identify the funding sources, the pool, where we're going to, in regards to these capital projects.
And to make it more complex, like most projects are over 2 or more years. So once you fund 1 year, you can't stop in the middle. So the subsequent years need to be funded also. So it's just not a matter of saying, okay, well, let's just fund 25. Well, then there's several projects that follow into 2026 that would need to be funded also.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or cancel some of the projects. I mean, that's always an option
That's
also.
another option too.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so we have been going through some of these projects in a bit of detail before we got into this spreadsheet. So there was a discussion in regards to the Nordegg development plan. There was the discussion of the fire training grounds and stuff. So I see none of that is implemented in these particular projects as of yet, but understanding that we got to prioritize where we want to go and what we would like to do for next year. I know for myself, seeing the broadband project go forward in the next 2 years at the pace that we've been given by our partners, I think I'm seeing daily we are losing opportunity for big projects to come to the area. So another one this morning, there was a $750 million data center granted out of Calgary. That would have been nice to say, hey, but we need to be ready for that as well. So until the broadband project's completed, we will lose out on those particular partnerships. So I'll go to you, Councillor Melhoff, for your thoughts.
Thank you, Reeve. So we have to find 45 million, that's what you're saying?
Well, 22.
We have to find 22 million?
Yeah.
Okay, and we can do that under numerous ways if we need to. And we have to find that between 2025 and 2028?
Yes.
Okay, and we can either fund it through debt, or we can push projects. Okay, I would offer up the central site and or as a council project and push facilities further down until we have more community feedback saying that that's something that we should be doing.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
You did say that the central site for this was not the building though, right? It was what we discussed a couple strategic plannings ago?
So the one that's being funded through core infrastructure is the detailed design. The one that's on the needing funding is the central, the new construction for the central site, which is, sorry, I'll just get back to it, 10 something.
Just over 10 million.
Yeah, 10.6 million.
And it's what we recently discussed?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, hey Rhonda, I know we did the scenario planning in conjunction with the original budget. That's how we wanted to present. In preparation for this meeting here today, we did scenario planning with the Nordegg development plan.
Yes.
Which is a new feature.
Yes.
I see
It's still the old stuff in here?
there's still the old stuff in there, so
Yeah.
there's $2 million I saved you.
Oh, awesome! Yay!
So,
Yay!
just at first blush there was
Yeah.
the Stewart Street Cemetery to Elizabeth is one of the ones that we were looking to defer. So that's
Okay.
been identified in 25, so that's $2 million that wouldn't be required.
And which year did it get pushed to, remind me? 27? Okay, so it's still required within that 2024 to 2028, or 2025 to 2020 years?
Anything else you see?
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Okay. I don't find any appetite in the community for a $10 million place to take your garbage. So I'd certainly support taking most of that out. I'd like to leave something for some minor improvements, but 10 million anyway. And pushing back the ag-rec facility also makes sense to me.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for administration. There's no funds set aside for a future emergency services building in the southern portion of the county, is there?
Well, there is some dollars within fire. Just let me have a look. It's not many because I think it goes in at 150,000 a year. So it's not,
452,000 currently.
yeah.
And you had mentioned that core infrastructure was built in anticipation of that, so essentially.
So it's quite,
Those seven, then you'd have to decrease that 7 million that's coming from that core infrastructure to fund that. That project isn't on the list, you're right. It's not on the list.
there's no dollars set aside for future.
450 something.
Okay. And then also in here anywhere, are there any dollars set aside for water and sanitary in the light industrial area near Caroline?
No.
So would I have to make a motion then for council to allocate funds to get those on a priority list? What would be the process there? Maybe defeated. I've tried this in the past and it was unsuccessful, but I will try it again.
Yeah, and just to answer that, I think what happened, and I'll look to CEO Emmons to correct me if I'm wrong, is I think we were waiting for the formalization of the amalgamation and then have full understanding of the infrastructure there before we committed any of our budget. So in the future.
My thoughts over the last few years have been more of a proactive thought process that often through all the reports that we see for emergency services and stuff, that the fire hall in Caroline is often the second busiest fire hall in the region, and it's the oldest, the smallest, pulls out onto provincial highway, but there's still no fund created to ever fund the new construction of a new building down there.
Yep.
So
I'll let CEO Emmons maybe.
It's actually, it's very difficult to actually not be that proactive and plan for the inevitable. But the rules within municipal affairs clearly have directed us that we cannot identify for a different municipality till we are one. So they'll actually turn down our budget and overrule us if we do dip our toe into that Caroline world before appropriate.
would we be able to maybe specify create a fund that would specify just a new, a fund for the construction of a new emergency services building, but in the southern portion of the county, still in Clearwater County? There's maybe a proactive. So would I have to make a motion then to get some traction on that, or?
So looking for that, like as Councillor Northcott has indicated, would a motion would to just have that on our 10-year capital plan as a placeholder? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'd like to just see it on the list, because I don't see it anywhere on the list.
Okay, yep.
And just as a, maybe the rest of council or the rest of the committee doesn't see it as a priority, but if it was put to a vote to have it added or not, then we could go from there.
Do you want to offer any further, or?
Just perhaps to assist administration, if that's where Councillor Northcott would like to take this, to the committee for a recommendation to council, it would also be helpful to identify a prospective amount. Because administration, again, as Rhonda's going through a process here, a priority's been added, not taken away.
That's right.
So it's gonna, it's gonna play into that.
And at the amount, I'd advocate for $1 million annually. $1 million is what the amount that's what I'd recommend.
Ooh. Got a four-legged friend in the lobby.
Yeah.
There you go. Councillor Melhoff, do you have in reference to this subject? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, historically, I have been one of the people that have said, you know, we can't be planning for things happening in another municipality. However, I think that we're getting to the point now where we need to start doing that because like we're literally just waiting for an order in council from the minister, right? So if we don't think proactively like that, it's going to get lost in the rest of this whole planning tool, right? And I think it's different with fire. I think that we do have the opportunity to actually allocate funds to it. It's a regional service that we provide to that municipality. It would behoove us, and actually would be irresponsible if we didn't start doing that because we do provide that service to that municipality through an agreement that current municipality does not contribute it to, but there is an agreement. So perhaps there is an opportunity for us to do that. I would offer up a suggestion that rather than going with a blanket amount per year, that perhaps your motion could look like directing administration to investigate options and bring back to strategic planning committee on potential future for the fire hall down there. And within that, they can come up with a budget for that very thing, because then they can do some more investigating rather than just a blanket amount. And if you made that motion, that's one I can certainly support.
Councillor Northcott.
Thank you for the for the consideration and the comments. Just seems we're talking about dollars and cents here, a significant amount of dollars and cents on it. Rather than have the investigation, I truly would just like to put that blanket of amount of $1 million annually. You know, and I think some of that background information could be presented at a later date, but.
Okay. Perhaps Mr. Director Hagan can offer some financial goalposts.
I certainly will try. I think it's entirely up to Council of Clearwater County to decide if they want to set aside restricted surplus for potential spending in the future. But I would suggest at this point, it's premature to also add it to the 10-year capital plan, because that is not the 10-year capital plan investment of this municipality today. That should wait until amalgamation is approved and we're into a new municipality called Clearwater County. So I think there's two sides to the equation. Certainly put money away, but I wouldn't get it on the radar for expenditure at this point. I think that time is to come yet.
So I think that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
In my opinion, I think the time has come, maybe even past, but I think that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, in my opinion. So, would it be appropriate, would I have, like, would I have to move forward? Like, do I have to make a motion to recommend that this committee recommend to council?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it on the list, and it's not there. That's, is there any assistance in how we can get it there?
For sure.
The correct wording?
Before you make a motion, could we have a little bit more further discussion about it?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and then if it gets added to the list, then we'll have to increase the funding options, either increase tax revenue by that amount every year, or transfer from a different restricted surplus, or how is that going to be funded? So we just, there's two decisions and discussion around both those decisions in order to get it on the list.
Councillor Lougheed, then I'll go to.
Thank you, and maybe Ms. Serhan could help. I think in the past, we've kind of had an understanding of each dollar has a certain amount of a percentage of tax increase. Where were we at? Was it about 450,000 per 1%, or what? Am I just totally off on that?
I think it's up over 500 now, and I think with the tax holiday coming off, it could even reach 600,000 in 2025.
So then to create a new restricted surplus specifically for a facility would, for each million, would be still approximately a couple percent perhaps?
Yeah,
in
so
taxation?
2% would be 1.2 million is what I would say 600,000 for 1%.
Councillor Graham?
My light's not on.
Oh, sorry, I'm seeing the lights. Okay. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. The only reason why I wouldn't necessarily support just $1 million annually is because then we have to wait for the restricted surplus to hit probably 4 million. That's just statistically what previous fire halls have cost. It's probably, you know, plus or minus 30% with inflation right now, maybe even higher. But is that if they come back with a plan, like let's say the motion is to come back with a plan, and we want to fund it now, we don't have to wait for the restricted surplus to get to $1 million, which is why I was making the suggestion that we just direct them to go and build the plan. And then we can say, okay, cool, go with the plan. Rather than just $1 million annually, I figured if we had a plan, it would be actually more concrete than just putting money into restricted surplus that can be moved around. But that's why I'd suggested that. It's no secret that they absolutely need a hall down there. The portion of the agreement for the hall is actually the Village of Caroline's responsibility. Within that agreement, the hall is the village's portion of that agreement. But that doesn't mean we can't be proactive and ask our administration and our fire service to come up with a plan and bring it back for strategic planning for us to then allocate funding or pull the trigger on the plan.
Thank you for your, yeah, I think this council recognizes the importance of that particular hall down in the village and the responses, and appreciate the responses of the volunteer department down in that area as well. As outlined by COM, and I'm a little apprehensive to start raising red flags to municipal affairs before things are kind of done before January 1st, but understanding too, we do have that restricted surplus for operational, you know, of fire facilities, and it's going to get another $150,000 here as of January, so it'll be over 600,000 there. And then once the assessment comes back, as indicated, there's a good possibility to, you know, go forward. I mean, we've always pivoted. This council's been good at adding more to the list, whether intended or not. So with that, but I understand where you're coming from as well, so I will let you make your motion accordingly. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, thanks again very much for the comments, Councillor Mella. I guess just my thoughts are that if we're here as a committee and we're going to make a recommendation to council to allocate dollars, there's a significant amount of dollars here to be allocated to projects. And if it's just worded with, you know, just a plan that doesn't allocate any funds to it, so I'm just trying to set a priority on there that I see, you know, for that area of the community. If that makes sense, just seems we're talking about the funds that are going to be allocated. A plan is just another document but to really get some meat and bones and get some dollars and cents allocated to a fund that would possibly fund the construction of a new emergency services building in the southern portion of the county. That's what I'm really trying to do. I don't want to have more, just another plan. So I guess I may need some assistance here so that administration, but I guess I would make a motion that the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole recommend the council allocate $1 million annually to a fund to fund a future emergency services building in the southern portion of the county in close proximity to Caroline. How's that? Let's try that.
All right.
What is that sufficient for the?
You skirted around that very well.
Okay.
All right, Counselor Graham. Thank you for the motion.
I agree. Well done, Councillor Northcott. For me, because this budget is for this current Clearwater County, I won't be able to support this motion. If it was like a notice of motion on January 2nd, then I would probably be able to support it more, but just because of where we're at now, I will not be able to support this motion. I appreciate your passion for it, though. You've been pushing for this the whole term.
Okay, Counselor Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually will be supporting this motion. It actually does, the Station 30, Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue, Station 30, which is stationed out of Caroline, supports all of the rural residents within Clearwater County around there. And I think it is behoove of us to make sure that there's some kind of plan. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor, and we can look at which other programs get deleted and which to achieve that. But I'll support that, and then I'll follow it up with another one.
Okay. Did you want to respond, Councillor Northcott, or can I? Yep, Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, no, just to thank very much again, Councillor Melha, and I guess to Deputy Reeve Graham. As far as the notice motion, I have brought this up. I give like quite a bit of notice probably over the last couple of years, but thank you again for the comment.
Councillor Lougheed? Sorry, oh, sorry, Councillor Graham first, then I'll go Councillor Lougheed.
It was more the date for me, January 2nd, not like, I agree, you've been bringing this up for a long time, it was just the date.
Councillor Lougheed?
And I kind of lean along those same lines as Councillor Graham. It's hard to support this. I think we're just slightly ahead of our time here at this moment. I'd be very supportive of that discussion if a new municipality forms and it becomes the ultimate responsibility of the decision makers around here to look into the future and supply for that. And I know that there's always the opportunity for those provincial transfers that are very pointed at these kinds of facilities to be able to utilize that without having to articulate to our residents a 2% tax increase to cover a forward planning item.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Thank you for the comments, Councillor. I just wanted to clarify that I'm not in favor of any tax increases, but I think that there could be some other projects maybe removed or deleted to fund that, but not a tax increase.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion? I fully endorse your concept, and I'm on the date as well. And for me, I'm hopeful that the province will recognize some of the deficiencies in that other municipality and will offer us some funding as we take that municipality on. So to me, it's a little bit premature in that sense. We do have funds to get things started, and we can rejig, as indicated, to whatever we decide to do as far as the other projects. So in spirit, 100%, but because of that date, I'm going to be respectfully voting no. But anyways, so with that, there's no other comments on that question. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion is defeated. Okay. Councillor Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to try a different one. The Strategic Planning Committee directs administration to investigate options for fire service deployment in the southern portion of Clearwater County and bring back options in Q1 of 2025. We are still responsible for the residents outside of the village of Caroline for fire service delivery.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments, questions on that motion? I do have a question for administration. When is our first strategic planning meeting? In January, the end of January? We have another one in April, correct? January 28th, and then another one in April, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. So just looking at the timing as far as that. So, nope, okay, that sounds good. All right, so if there's no other comments or questions on, oh, sorry, Director Haggard, do you have a comment or question, please? Okay. Okay, yep.
that the strategic planning committee directs administration to investigate options for fire service deployment in the southern portion of the county and bring those back by Q1 of 2025.
Options for deployment?
Yeah, as in options for building fire halls to deploy apparatus out of the southern portion of the county.
Okay. Facility study.
Absolutely. Okay. So, because we deploy those apparatus from there, and we are still responsible for the rural residents that are around the village of Caroline, and I would argue Spruce View, because we have a mutual aid agreement with the communities to the east, and the Sundre Mountain View area, we have a mutual aid agreement with them to the south. I think it's behoove us to make sure that we are able to adequately serve them. Not saying we're not already adequately serving them. We are, but we always look towards the future. That facility should be no different.
Okay. Councilor Grant?
Similar to the last motion, it's timing for me on this one. We have a potential amalgamation. That's gonna be, I would imagine, a ton of work on administration. There's already been 2 other, I think, motions passed for that department this morning to do. It's timing and workload and everything for me that I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. Okay. Now back to the task at hand. We started, thanks. No, that's okay. So it has been suggested to defer the Stewart Street for 2 more years, but still within the 2028 timeframe. To defer the operations facility building one more year out of the 2028 timeframe. Same thing with the Ag Recreation Facility, Phase 1, pushed it out of the 2028. And then I also heard about the central site, to push it. Question in regards, Ms. Serhan, we push these out to make things, so if we push these projects out 1 year or 2 years, whatever, is to get out of that 2028, then we can fund everything as is. But the question will still behoove the next budget in December of this, in 1 year from now, where that council will have to decide, because it will be, those projects that we've pushed out past 2028 will fall into their 4-year correct time frame that they have to allocate funds at that particular point in time. I'm just saying, I guess so I'm indirectly asking you, are we dumping this on the next council? If you don't mind. Okay, Ms. Horan.
Absolutely. That's what's happened for 15 years on the operations and administration facility. It's been happening for 20 years on the Ag Rec facility. And the further out it goes, the more expensive it's gonna get. That's one of those projects that, unlike maybe base pave where the costing fluctuates and could fluctuate down, these facilities typically fluctuate up. There's no cost savings by waiting a year or 2 to see if materials go down. So that would include the transfer site, the operations and administration facility, and the Ag Rec facility.
Operations facility, okay. Yeah. Councilor Grant?
My comments build very nicely off of that. I don't agree with pushing projects further away because, like mentioned, the prices go up. It's putting more of a financial strain on our residents by doing that. I think if we're gonna do that, cancel the projects. If they're never gonna get done, cancel them. Stop having them on here, get rid of them. If no one's ever gonna have the ability to do them, then let's take them off and stop dangling this little thing here that they're gonna be done. Like the Ag Rec facility, I would like to see that get done. I'd like to move it up personally. But if it's never gonna be supported, take it off. Stop teasing the community that it's gonna happen and then continuously pushing it back, in my opinion.
Counselor Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I was gonna suggest one that could be pushed, but perhaps I'm suggesting it be canceled instead. Cause I already did suggest that we cancel the central site, which gives us just over 10 million within that time frame. And I was gonna suggest that we push the operations facility because we still need to hear back from the community. But I can suggest we cancel it instead. That absolutely is an option we can do. But I know that our administration would definitely not like us to take it completely off the books. But that would definitely give us the funding we need to balance this. I do have a hard time balancing a budget for a future council. There literally is a election next October. So I do struggle with trying to do this and make decisions for fully a future council. So I'm trying to balance that as well. But those are two options that I would suggest and recommend that we look at doing. Love the rest of council's opinion on those two options.
Okay. So I know for myself, I'm fine with leaving everything where it's at on there. And honestly, using debt there's good debt and there's bad debt. And when I listened to Sturgeon County, when they did their talk of the state of the county and everything else and all the debt that they've incurred to expand their tax base, it's astounding to me that they're growing and they're a very attractive county. And if we're not willing to take on a little bit of debt to help grow our county, grow the region, this is very short-term, in my opinion. The more attraction that we have, the more that we're being forward-thinking in this, that debt goes away like that, and we're better off for it. So to me, this is an investment. It's not a debt. Yes, it's a debt tool, but it is an investment into the future. So we can't get away from solid waste, understanding that, yeah, things could be good enough as it is, and I get it, but there's a safety aspect to that as well over there, and maybe that's a project that we can relook at again on how much. And it's no different than the operations facility. We can say we're gonna spend X amount, and what does it get us? I mean, if that has that merit on there. So I'm struggling pushing this off as well, so. Ms. Serhan, and then I'll go to Councillor Malhoff after.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I just want to be clear that to get that 45 million, you're moving the funds from those two facility restricted surplus, and they will be zero, to balances. So, and then, as in the scenarios, you would either have to use debt to fund that facility. By 2028, you would need $22 million because there is going to be additional revenue in those 4 years between now and 2028 for that 3-year tax holiday, the assessment base being increased. So it's not a tax rate increase, it's the assessment base overall that's increasing. And there's additional tax revenue that will be generated through industry for that, those additional tax revenues. So the $22 million would also complete those two projects within 2028 using that additional tax revenue and some debt funding. That's a third scenario down in those 5 scenarios. And the other one is just to talk about planning for the future. And it is extremely difficult sitting in those seats and knowing, like, so is my end date in October and am I making decisions? But really, I think we have to plan as if you were in those seats into perpetuity. You have to make decisions for the municipality into the future, and that's the position now. And then in October, when the election comes, either you'll be here to support your decision, or someone else will have to make a new decision or support the decision you already made. And I like to think that council is making good decisions for the the betterment of the community and Clearwater County, and the people that are newly elected will be educated and get to know why the decisions that were made, and that hopefully not too many of those decisions get overturned, because really it is for the betterment of the community and for Clearwater County and its partners and the region to make these decisions and move forward.
Thank you for that. Councilor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually have a couple of questions with regards to the restricted surpluses, if I may. So one of them being gravel reclamation. Is the 6.1 million that is in there, is that the projected reclamation cost if we were to reclaim more than, say, one pit at once? Like, are we over prepared in that particular surplus? And further to that, with regards to the restricted surplus regarding gravel inventory for 4.4 million, we have 100 years worth of gravel. Do we need to continually fund a restricted surplus to keep looking for gravel? I know that there's a policy with regards to that, but do we look pretty good on that front and can maybe put that off for a few years?
I'll take a beginning stab at that question, and then I'll let Director Hansen chime in. So there has been no formal reclamation plan been done for the county as a whole. However, there is work being done all the time to calculate, what reclamation will need to be done in the near future. That being said, we're pulling gravel out of multiple pits over every year, and every time you pull gravel out, it becomes closer to needing to be reclaimed. So what happens from an accounting perspective is that part of the cost of that reclamation is charged out to the project and then put into restricted surplus to be spent on reclamation in the future. So it's not like it comes out of general revenues. It's getting charged to it does come out of general revenues, but it's being charged to the project itself that the gravel is being applied to. And then Director Hansen and probably Kate can speak a little bit more to that. And as far as the gravel inventory restricted surplus goes, there are two projects in the 10-year capital plan to bring that to zero. So there's future plans in 5 years to spend half of it, and then in the 10th year spend the other half to purchase land to replenish the gravel that's being used year after year. Eric, do you want to?
Yeah, no, you've done quite well, actually, Rhonda, there to describe, the reclamation fee. It's not free money. That money has been charged to the projects to fund this gravel cost. Of course, the $6 million is it's a really good nest egg, but it's tough to say that there's $1.5 million there that could be reallocated for the other list when that's, your construction projects or your graveling projects have been charged that amount for that reclamation. In regards to purchase, our cost of gravel to ourselves has never been higher, with the cost for some of the distance traveled there in order to get that gravel source up to, particularly our northeast parts of our county, it's the highest it's ever been. So we're always looking for opportunity, which are scarce, but we need to be able to act on that opportunity if it does come in that northeast part of the county. So as I said, we did identify some land purchases within the next couple of years, and that when you look at the price of a quarter section or even a parcel of land with aggregate on it, they're quite expensive. So I don't believe it's overfunded either. But I certainly appreciate your looking at the list and calling us out on there, because that's what needs to happen. Absolutely, is that looking at all of our restricted surplus accounts, and and we even started the conversation on the stabilization fund. Maybe, but we also know there's another project looming in the near future, with our inheritance of our southern neighbor. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. I'm not sure that I see a large difference between pushing projects off to the future or doing them now and paying them off with debt. So, but the, what we have listed as an ag rec facility, I think needs to be relooked at from a point of being more community recreation, including agriculture, but less specifically agriculture. And I don't know that any of that work has been thought about. And so I'm still in favor of pushing the ag rec facility off into the future, as well as deleting the solid waste central site, the larger amount of that funding.
Thank you for your comments. Looking for balance of council that maybe haven't said anything yet, would like to offer your comments. Councillor Northcott?
My comments are going to be regarding the broadband funding. Looks, I don't know, just on this piece of paper here, it looks like there's roughly $23 million over the next 2 years that funding would be required for that project. Is that correct? Roughly 23 million.
So, sorry, Director Hagan.
Thank you. It's actually a little closer to 25 million. The one project that I see isn't identified here is the recently approved by the Broadband Committee is the Rocky East Core Backbone project. And that still needs a funding source identified. So altogether, it's about 25 million.
Okay, so I just have a little bit of a comment. I'll try and get this out in a clear manner. As was earlier stated, that sometimes it can be difficult to estimate tax revenue to a municipality as things are always changing. So my point is that with tax revenue to a municipality, there's decades of past data to get that information and to have projections of the tax revenue coming to municipality. But yet, on the information that was presented regarding broadband, we're looking, at projections 30 and 50 years into the future on a project that we've never done before. So if we're having difficulty projecting, or what the tax revenue is to a municipality with decades of historical data, why are we moving forward 30 and 40 and 50 years into the future on a project that's going to commit this municipality with tens of millions of dollars as though that information is factual and accurate when we don't have any experience with this? And like the presentation that we had yesterday, it's not a legislative service required by municipality, and it is a service that is offered by others. And there's other priorities in this municipality. So just a suggestion, but the funding for the broadband project could be removed, in my opinion.
Okay. Councillor Lloyd? Oh, sorry. Okay, that's fine. Would you like to offer, or not? You're pausing.
Well, I'll just maybe offer a comment or two. I think there is some good news out of all this. We have the ability to do all these things. We're not backed against a wall here. It's setting priorities, and I think that's something we work very hard at, and we'd like to give that certainty to administration so they're not in a state of limbo going into these next number of months. And I think we have to be clear what our priorities are, what's directly in front of us, what has been funded and committed to at many opportunities. I think it would be foolish to reverse some of those decisions that we've already made around the future of our community looking forward. I think we have options as to how we fund things. We have strong surpluses. If we need to borrow from one and push a project back a few years, I think there's been some valid suggestions on how to do that. And I'll state it again too. We do look to our staff. Part of our budget, a large part of our budget comes from operations. So we know that they're very efficient. They are looking to efficiencies all the time, but we can challenge them to help our community in this respect too. We have a lot of capital projects we want to accomplish. We know those will benefit the community, and you know, there may have to look a little bit operationally too. Is there a few percent we can change here? We talk about raising taxes a couple of percent. If we can cut our operational costs a couple of percent, that makes a huge difference to our community as we move forward. So that's just some of my comments at this moment. I think all things are possible. I think we're in a great position. We have a community that has a very bright future, and I think we need to refocus on that vision and know that we're making good, sound decisions now that any council in the future should be able to embrace as well. So if it means partially funded through debt, I don't think that's bad. I don't think a moderate tax increase to cover some of these expenses over a short period of time is a bad option either. And then we can also look to the efficiencies we find as an organization. One of those considerations I know we had around an operations building is that would bring additional efficiencies in our operations. That benefits the entire community. The service level is improved. I can see that being an important consideration as we move forward. That's, you know, administration looking at how they can be more efficient at providing the services that our community really values. So anyway, I'll just end my comments there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, Mr. Han?
Yeah, just wanted to read out the motion by Councillor Radcliffe on the transfer station from September 16th Strategic Planning Committee. So just have this in mind. This motion by Councillor Neil Radcliffe that the committee directs administration to develop a 3-year capital plan for implementation of push pit design option for consideration during budget. So that's the motion regarding the central transfer site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to pick on Division 6. He's been kind of quiet. Do you want to chime in at all?
I hate to chime in, but I would like to talk about the broadband.
Okay.
Is there any way that we can get partners in to do our share or to give a percentage of our broadband to an individual or into a business or whatever? Like, give us 20 million and we'll give you 20%.
Mr. Han?
Well, I think one of the foundational criteria of building the broadband network was to have it open access and not have it owned by one particular company or another, so that it's openly accessible by everyone and all business, so that it's fair and an open market, so that the consumer gets the best price possible. But also we do have a partner and they're funding 2/3 of it. So even though it's a large number, it is a good news story for Clearwater County in that we already have 2 partners to move forward on this project, and that it's a $80 million project that's costing Clearwater County $25. So that is partnerships.
Yes, but we've already got 22 into it, plus 25 to get the 80.
I think some of that was grant.
And if you don't ever let out more than 49%, you always have control. And you can dictate. And anybody coming into business realizes that.
Director Hagan?
Maybe just a couple of points of clarification. We've actually, when you net off the grants that we've received for core backbone, we've actually spent just shy of $14 million to date. With respect to finding partners, Ms. Sirhan's exactly right. We have provincial and federal partners that are paying the lion's share of these projects. And in addition, we do have private operators coming forward suggesting partnership opportunities, and one was recently approved by the Broadband Committee. So that opportunity does not interfere or hinder our ability to still offer an open access network. So that is something of high consideration for us. So we are, continuing to explore those opportunities through the expressions of interest and so forth. So those will come as well. But when it comes to wholesale selling of the network, how do you do that without jeopardizing the open access and so forth? If I could just take the opportunity also to remind the committee that council has authorized administration to sign off on agreements with the federal and provincial governments. So to not fund this at this point, we have to go back and break those contracts. So that's food for thought. And although I understand that this committee is discussing funding scenarios and options, which will ultimately be decided by council, details of broadband should be properly discussed by the Broadband Committee, not necessarily by this committee.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and maybe perhaps I'll just share a bit more perspective. I probably said it before, but with broadband, after the capital expenditures are done, you have an existing system that serves the community in a new way, a better way. Our most conservative projections on that operating as a business plan is that operationally there will be an ongoing surplus that will build as time moves on, as well as the benefit to the community as well. And it's kind of that same thing. It's not just the cost of the business, it's what it does for the economy of our area as people move forward and actually use this service. And I think we can't, that's the long-term vision goal. We talk about 50-year investments. This is the only 50-year investment I see that ever has an operational surplus. We invest in bridges, we invest in roads, we invest in recreation facilities. None of those have ever netted us operational surplus over the entire lifespan. I believe this is a good, sound investment in our future, and I will continue to support the broadband project within our community.
Thank you. Okay. So looking back to our list of projects on funding. So there's been multiple suggestions made. I guess we're looking at motions, different comments made. Kind of agree with Councillor Ratcliffe in regards to that recreational facility. What does that look like? I think we can have a more robust discussion that'll be coming forward, I would hope, at some point in time. In deciding what that project looks like, I know we've had multiple discussions that particular project over the last 3 years as far as what it looks like, what is it can't. So we've had different options as it's just, this is the money, what do we get for that money versus what is the, doing more community engagement or updating that, the last studies. So, so with that, looking to this committee to see what you'd like to do. So I had lights on with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm with Councillor Graham. I don't want to see the rec facility pushed and or canceled. I would speed it up if I could. I agree. Sorry, Deputy Reeve, Graham, not Councillor Graham. I apologize. So why don't we take this in a smaller chunk? We're trying to balance a budget in the future. Why don't we look at 2025? let's do that. And then we can look at moving on. Perhaps we're biting off more than we can chew at one time. If we refocus and look at what do we need to balance 2025? If I'm reading this accurately, we need just about 17 million, or is that an inaccurate? Am I reading that right or not?
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, there's gonna be a couple of updates considering the decisions made today for the Nordegg development plan and the addition of the Rocky East project for broadband. That being said, the broadband does have quite a bit of implication into 2026 also. So probably you could make the decision to not fund anything with debt into 2027 and still be okay. But then that means if you do want to go ahead with the facilities, that debt will need to be a consideration then. So if you think that there's a better project in 25 or 26 that could use debt funding to use restricted surplus for the facilities, then that's more the discussion that needs to happen today. Like if the solid waste and the ag rec facility are the ones that you feel could be, you could use debt funding to fund those, then debt would need to be considered within 2026 to do that. If broadband is the project that you're going to consider debt funding, then it needs to be considered in 2025. If the facilities are, then they don't have to be considered until 2028, leaving that decision to the next council and I guess risking those projects not moving forward because debt funding would be the only funding available for them at that point.
Supplementary?
Yep.
Thank you. I have zero intention of funding anything. I am with Councillor Lougheed. I think that we're in an amazing position. I don't think we need to look at funding through debt. Maybe I'm reading the sheet differently. I know that I'm not an accountant, but I don't think that debt is a great option for anybody ever. But I could be wrong there too. But I know I do not want to do that, and maybe the rest of council disagrees with me. But I don't think that we need to, and I think that we are in a great position and can still try to do all the things. But that's what
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hunt. Sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify, to have all the things move forward would require debt funding at this point. So if all the projects that are on the list and then additional projects such as a public services building or an emergency services building in the south and any other priorities that gets added, there would need to be debt funding or a tax rate increase.
Okay. Thank you. All right. There's an, if we were just to go and fund these as is, like as mentioned, and use the like you suggested, the core infrastructure, the 45 million that you outlined before, that becomes an opportunity for, or that will fund till 2028, correct? Rhonda, go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Yes, yes, that would fund to the end of 2027. Yeah,
Okay.
so it
Just-
would not
just
include
2028.
2028 projects.
Okay, thank you.
And then most of that funding would be utilized depending on how much tax revenue, again, that we would receive from that increased assessment base.
Right, okay. So looking at having a very robust conversation, I'm going to actually call a 10-minute break. So, and then we'll come back and have an opportunity to come back to this. So if we can have a 10-minute break, that would be great. And welcome back from our break. So we were on item 7.1/7.2 going over our projects with unidentified funding. And so having a break gave me an opportunity to relook at the list and to contemplate the comments that were said before the break. And so anyways, I don't know if anybody's had any revelations or anything, but I'll start. As identified and as expressed, Councillor Lowy had said, like, we do have the funds necessary to do this right now. And so between me looking at the reserve restricted surpluses that were there, I agree. I think we can do what we need to do going forward. I know it's been suggested about deferring the solid waste central site. We can absolutely do that. That would be one item I would move ahead, but I do see it as a mandated service. So I just don't want to see it as is. I think that needs to come back for another robust discussion in the new year. And but we can go. We can be fully funded as of till the end of 2027 and 2028. We can say that we're going to debt finance the balance at that point in time, and the new council can decide whether they want to keep those projects or not. And they can make that decision next year. But between now and what we see ahead of us, as far as 2025, 2026, and 2027, if we remove the central site or bump that into 2028, we have more than enough funding here to see us through. So, as is. So with that, I'll open it up for more comments or questions and go from there. Councillor Graham.
My concern with moving the central site is that I believe there were some security features that were going to be in that. I don't know. Director Magnus isn't here. I don't know Director Hansen. That's not really a fair question to ask you, but okay, sorry.
Yep. But if you wanna.
Well, I'm very comfortable. It's been carried in our budget. So we wouldn't be, so we're not shocked that if you guys wanted to move it back for an additional year. That was part of the discussion there. It's a very costly endeavor. We tried to break it into something more palatable into the 3-year plan. Like I say, it was $275,000 identified for 2025, and then of course the earthworks build, and then there's the surfacing. But if council feels that to zero out 2025 and then commence on detailed design in 2026, I don't know what else Mr. Magnus can add, other than the fact that, we would, if there is an operational impact there, he would reflect that in his operations budget there, whatever you need to do for an additional year.
Okay. Go ahead again, Councillor Graham.
Director Magnus, I'm going to hit you with a question right when you sit down, sorry. So for the central site, there was a component of that was safety, like security and stuff, if I remember correctly. For the site? If we were to push it back, I guess, is there a part of that would come forward so that there's not a safety concern? I'm worried about the staff members out there. I just want everyone to be safe and the residents using it. I've heard some horror stories. So.
Yep, definitely. We would have to consider that into our planning for budget. There are definitely security concerns in regards to that. I won't go into great detail, but it's an ongoing issue. Let me just put it this way. Typically, we would just have one individual arrive in the morning, but because of what we have seen happening over the last number of months, last year, it is no longer safe for that one individual to open up that site. So we now have doubled up, so it's 2 individuals, and it's a daily event. So regardless, that is something that needs to be accounted for, whether we move forward with new design, etc. This is it has to be implemented into a budget. Yeah, whether that be a couple of German Shepherds or a camera system, and you laugh, but no, that's an option to consider. We've talked about that as administration because it is a daily event.
I thank you for that. I was actually thinking Shepherd's Rainy Creek in Eckville has those German Shepherds, and
Yep.
not a chance. Not that I would go in there anyway, but I would support that. And if they could be tame and hang out in here during council meetings, that would be cool.
I can tell you
I
that, just to bring a little bit of humor into this conversation is there was no, in terms of, no limit in regards to people signing up to take care of them. That's for sure, to do their day. I'll take the week on call, with the German Shepherds, sort of thing. But we've looked into that, my side of it, any operations as that being a potential option. I mean, we'll look at everything.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at with these questions is, well, I don't like to push it back a year. If we can make sure that people are safe, and that I would support that coming out of this, whatever that number is. And I guess I could support it being pushed back a year.
Okay, thank you. For me, with EPR coming on next year as well, there's gonna need, I don't think the site as is can accommodate EPR. There has to be some bit of rearranging, et cetera, in order to accommodate EPR next year, or I guess I'm looking for that. If we did push it a year, can we start with that program, or do we have to delay that program another year?
Yes, we would have to provide a degree of accommodation. It's going to come down to how that's going to look. The organization we're currently dealing with and in negotiations with, and just for this committee's benefit, ultimately we will need to bring the final numbers to council in regards to what that EPR program is going to look like for Clearwater County, and the costs associated with it and the funding associated with it. So part of that discussion definitely involves efficiencies. So that may entail, and like I said, we're just in the preliminary stages of having this discussion with the provider, the organization that will be the go-between with the municipalities and the producers. So part of that discussion does involve what it may entail in regards to efficiencies, and going back to your comment there, Chairperson Swanson, is that may entail doing things differently at the central site, to get those efficiencies. Because ultimately, we want to be good stewards in regards to having that program be successful, but again, in using the ratepayers' money. Give you another example here is obviously a big component of that is collections and getting those recyclable materials to the facility, whether that's in Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, and so on. That's part of the discussion as well, because the producers themselves want to keep costs to a minimum, right? So it has to be a benefit to everyone. And we've held off on purchasing any type of additional equipment that may be required in regards to implementing the EPR program. And that includes a front-end truck. You're looking at $600,000 for one of those. And just to make council aware of the fact, and this committee aware of the fact that that may still need to be put into consideration, right? But obviously, we'll bring that to your attention when it's all said and done, and then it's up to council to provide our administration direction, and we would go back into negotiations and such. Yeah, it's still being worked on in regards to how that's all going to look for this municipality.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Just a question regarding safety and risk to staff and residents who use Central Site. When that location was located in Rocky Mountain House, like as a regional, previously the regional agreement there, for the risk to staff and residents, is there an increased risk, like being that it's a distance away from Rocky Mountain House, out in more of a rural setting? Is there an increased risk for safety there in comparison to when it was located in Rocky Mountain House?
No, what we found is on par. Actually, there was as much risk associated here with regards to individuals entering the site unapproved, here as it is out at Central. For whatever, they can find ways, again, not going into great detail, but, they get out there with their bicycles and they just wait and hover. And they ride their bikes around and around till it closes, and then they go in, right? And here it's just more convenient. They just don't need the bicycle out there, right? And that access was much easier. But it was a daily issue here as well. Yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. My takeaway from your answer is that we really don't have enough information at this time to make a decision around the best way to move forward with the solid waste site.
In terms of security, or are you asking about in terms of safety and security in regards to staff and the public?
No, I'm meaning that we don't know yet what the impacts of the EPR program will have on us and how we would need to utilize the site because of it.
And yes and no, and that's why, going back to earlier today, in regards to our presentation, with respect to the specific outcomes that we need to address, when we bring that forward, all that will be come to light.
Yeah.
Even the EPR program, it needs to be council approved by January 14th. So January 20th, from my understanding, is the next Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting. So in combination with that and the staff bringing forward to a regular council meeting the actual master services agreement with the organization that we're currently dealing with in regards to the EPR program, that will be brought forward at the very latest to the January 14th regular council meeting. So you'll have an idea as to what that whole EPR program is going to look like, because it needs to be implemented by no later than February 14th of 2025. So we'll bring that forward. The council will have a chance to debate it, look at it, provide administration with direction, and then we can go back if need be, revise it and clean it up and bring it back, and then go from there and get it going by February 14th. So there are some pieces of the puzzle that still need to be put into place, and as I said, as per this morning's, there are a number of specific outcomes that we need to look at. It's not an easy endeavor to just go in there and do your thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Rhonda? Mr. Hammond?
Yes, I just want to remind council or the Strategic Planning Committee that the budget for the planning for that site is in 2025, and it's being funded through that core infrastructure fund before we take any dollars out to reallocate. So that can happen regardless. And then the balance of the project doesn't happen until 2026. Am I correct in that?
I believe construction is 2027, engineering 2026, design 2025.
I have, in the documents I have that some of the construction starts in 2026. So.
Earthworks, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so there's time to talk about it after, without pulling the project out, is what I'm saying. You can talk about the planning of it throughout 2025 with that $275,000 being allocated for design and planning, and then once you have all of that information from that exercise, then that decision can be made on that project.
Okay. Director Hansen?
Yeah, I guess, would really like confirmation on that because like, the 275 is, stormwater management, applications, like there is a shelf life to some of that stuff. If the project is gonna be moved for a year, I would suggest that the detailed design follow the year prior to construction. So if you don't anticipate constructing in 2026, I wouldn't suggest doing the detailed design in 2025. We're not doing a study, the studies have been done, you've seen the studies numerous times. We've gone through the options, we've determined that a push pit, option is the most favorable. I think it comes down to a timeline. I wouldn't do the detailed design unless you've committed to, funding the construction the following year, because a lot of that work can be lost and then it's money not well spent. It needs to be a little bit more compressed, I believe. A year is more than enough time. But we wouldn't, if you have that delay, then you have to redo work or reapply, and it's just costs more money. So if it's truly the will of this committee to bump the whole project down the timeline, then, just zero out 25 is my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So with that, there's been some suggestions ahead of us, or that it's been put forth. Is there any motions or any other comments or discussion? Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think I'm a little bit confused. We were supposed to be trying to find 22 million, but pushing back a $10 million project, that still leaves 10 million, does it not? So I thought we said, I thought you had said that if we push that back, we're fully funded. But I don't, my math ain't mathing, so please.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I guess over the break, I went back for more clarity and I re-examined everything else. We can be fully funded up until 2020, to the end of 2027 with using, what's been identified as the 48 million, correct? And then that way we have, and then anything past to 2028, then you would need more debt. So including what has been identified here. So we can be fully funded with what's been identified, 25, 26, 27, and then go debt for, do a future debt of the balance, 2028 going on, should the next council want to do that, or take the project completely off the list in 2026 and they're going. But understanding too, we have a bit of an understanding about how much we might get for that increased assessment base is what has been identified, but maybe for more clarity one more time. Rhonda?
Sure. So with the $45 million that we would reallocate through the restricted surpluses, and that would fully fund to the end of 2027. Plus, there will be additional tax revenue in those 3 years from the assessment base holiday or increased assessment base that comes in 2025. And then, so those funds plus whatever, we can't really say for sure, we're estimating 6.5 million per year. And then after that, I mean, there's usually, I hate to say that but we can't be over budget, right? So we have to budget what we think is actually gonna happen. And then throughout the year, the directors find efficiencies and typically come in with a surplus at the end of the year that can be reallocated. And you have 4 years to do that till 2028. And then whatever is left would need to be debt funded because you would have used all of the restricted surplus plus the additional tax revenue. And at this moment, that additional is $22 million estimated because of the estimation of that assessment base increase. However, that number will change every year based on the actuals in the projects, the actuals in operations. And as you know, these numbers are very fluid. The projects will change. The amount that it costs to do each project will likely change. And additional priorities will get added, likely.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I was just wanting to clarify too, do your projections include the transfers from the other levels of government, including like LGFF and gas tax, other granting opportunities that may or may not
Yes.
grow up in a cloud somehow?
So we've identified the ones that we typically get year over year and applied those to asphalt overlay, typically because it's a project that is easily approved and there's always some every year. Those projects happen year over year, so those projects have been identified to use that funding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so looking at the will of council in regards to the will of this committee as to, are we deferring, are we, where are we sitting on this project list? As far as, it's been suggested to push the central site another year, or take it off the list. I don't believe we have, I think we're mandated on that, so I don't think we can take it off the list. I think it just needs to be a deferral if that so happens. Going forward on this, is there anybody that would like to make a motion? Councillor Melhoff?
Well, you know that I'm team deferring and or deleting.
Okay.
As far as that is concerned. But I do have another question, if you don't mind, Reeve.
Sure.
When was the last time the fleet and equipment management plan and policy that is associated with that was updated? The one that I can find is from 2019. Perhaps there's an opportunity to look into, again, Councillor Lougheed was right, like look into some of these operational things to find some ways to change things, because the direction that some of these things take is based on a policy that was based on a decision that we made in the time. Maybe there's times to change that.
Mr. Hunt?
Absolutely, I think the directors could bring some of those back for council's review and refresh. That being said, the directors always do whatever they can to work efficiently with the money that is entrusted to them through this community. And that is how surpluses are gained year over year to be reallocated to capital projects. So even though the budget might be $60 million for operations or 65, that's, their best guess if they have to do it and they can't get better pricing, but they're always looking for better pricing for whatever, for contracted services, for goods and services. And that is how those surpluses are recognized. So even though the budget is 60 million or 65 million, that doesn't mean that's what's actually going to get spent. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, I recognize that, and it's great that you guys are always looking for efficiencies. That's fabulous. But those efficiencies are also based on the direction that council gives in those policies. So there might need to be some give and take within those policies in order to achieve all of the goals that this county has in store. So having a better understanding of some of that stuff might be a positive.
All right. Thank you for bringing up those and for digging through that list. It's in some ways it's trying to find efficiencies when we talk about our land use districts shrinking from 40, whatever it be. Sometimes I still shrink this list as well and make it more general, but I totally get it. Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you. Yeah, I honestly was just looking at the different buckets, for lack of a better word, that we have to work from. And vehicles and equipment is a $9.9 million bucket. So that's why I was like looking into that as well and pulling up those policies and trying to understand even better. But I know that Reeve, you're trying to work us to a motion, so I'll give one away.
Sure.
That SW004 solid waste WTFS central site is removed from the 10-year capital plan, pending more information to come back in the 2025 year.
Thank you for the motion. Okay, Discussion on that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. The information that we got on the last session of this showed that the current operation was more efficient, the operational cost was lower than this big ticket item. So depending on how EPR may impact our operations, I support this motion.
Okay. Looking for any more questions or comments in regards to the motion to remove the solid waste central site from the 10-year capital plan? Councillor Northcott?
If I'm correct, there's rig mats at that location for, yeah, so it's a it's legislative requirement. There's going to be nobody else that's going to do and manage the waste for the municipality. So I think it should stay there. So I won't be supporting removing it from the 10-year capital plan.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
If we were to remove it, would that mean that the strategic planning for the reuse bins and all that stuff is gone? Or does that still come to council and we can kind of build up a different item, if that makes sense?
We would still bring it forward, I mean,
Okay.
unless you want to get rid of that site completely and dismantle it. I mean, Councillor Northcott here brought up a good point in that we have rig mats in there right now. Regardless, if you choose to keep that site in its current, where it is location, that something needs to be done. We can't continue to move forward with rig mats. So there's going to be some capital investment regardless to that site. And then it comes down to the committee's direction to council on how you want to move forward in what way, shape, or form for the reuse center. As the motion indicated, it was at the transfer sites, so we have 10 of them. And as CO Emmons pointed out, not all of them can accommodate a reuse center. It's impossible. Well, they can if you want to buy more land. You know, there's always options available. And again, as indicated by CO Emmons, the most optimal site right now, given what we know in terms of data and so on, would be the central, to establish a reuse center there. And then if that be the case, then in part of that presentation come January would be, what would that look like? Here are the options. You can go for a calf shed to a more extravagant facility, you know, for anything from $3,000 to $400,000, $500,000. It's entirely up to you. And but our intent is to bring back detailed information so that this committee and therefore council can come to a decision that best serves the ratepayers, whether that's just eliminating it completely or something, you know, on the far other end where it's a service level that's quite you know, above and beyond, or something in between. I guess long and short of it, we would still bring that forward for council's consideration in terms of whether or not they want to implement something in regards to a reuse center and where it would be. Yeah.
And then
Go ahead.
all of the capital updates that will be necessary would just come on a case-by-case basis? Or how would that work?
When you say capital up being...
Like getting rid of the rig mats, that might be operational, I don't know.
Yeah, we would work with infrastructure here in regards to the best path moving forward in terms of sustaining that facility and keeping it safe and viable for our ratepayers.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Not about the waste,
no,
so
that's okay.
if,
So I'll continue with
yeah.
the conversation. Councillor Ratcliffe, you had your light on?
Question was answered
Okay.
about how we could deal with changing out the rig mats. So, thank you for that.
I guess for myself, if we're gonna remove the central waste upgrade, then to me, just remove the site entirely and just depend on our transfer stations outside in the country. And absolutely give cards to our ratepayers that want to come here and support the town. There's that option as well. And then we just take one other service off our, one less portion of that service, and we just have to manage landfill and our outside transfer stations as well. So there's that option as well, I guess. And we don't have to worry about having anything out at the airport at all. So if that's the case, I know it's been handy, and Councillor Northcott has referred to the one in town that used to be under the former agreement. But if we're encouraging economic development, and if we're encouraging or we're wanting that, having a transfer site within the town limits is, yes, it's convenient, but is it really good economic development to have that? So that's where I'm at. It might have been fair and 20 years ago, 25 years ago, but if we're gonna think about growth, there's that option as well. So anyway. So with that, there is a motion on the floor, and I'll bring back that motion, us back to that motion for discussion, and that is to remove the central waste transfer site, and now I'm gonna say upgrades, because that's what it was, upgrades from the 10-year capital plan. So, any other comments on the question, or that motion before I call question? Now, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I guess those funds, even say that scenario was to happen where that central site was dissolved of, there are still upgrades that need to happen at the other transfer sites throughout the municipality as well. Those funds that would be required to upgrade those facilities, are they separate, or are they, is there a fund or anything like that for those future needed upgrades at those transfer stations?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, no, the 10-year capital plan is only partially reflected in this exercise here today. There's a lot of the 10-year capital plan that's not shown. Okay. Like that's only the ones with the unidentified funding, you know, so obviously those upgrades must be in the identified funding category, so, but this list isn't exhaustive.
Okay, I see. My thoughts are, even if those funds are maybe not used at the central site, they could still be used at the other transfer sites within the municipality, like within Clearwater County, for future upgrades, if that makes sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was brought here because there was no money left over. That was the scenario. The other ones are funded, you know, the asphalt overlay. Obviously, those other upgrades were funded, so there's no money left over to, you know, they were funded in a piecemeal or by themselves and identified as such, but this wasn't the topic of conversation today. This was, they said the central was a standalone problem to solve. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, you bring up an extremely good point. This is a snapshot of the budget, not in its entirety. In December, when we do the entire exercise, this may not even be necessary. We may have shifted something else around or canceled asphalt programs or, sorry. But like, this is simply this piece. There is a much bigger chunk of this that we could use to remove other programs. If we think that perhaps Director Magnus brings back some stuff in January and says this stuff all needs to be done and it has to happen, EPR says so, or whatever, and we are all like, yep, then we can look at canceling other programs or doing something different. This is a very small piece, and in December, this could look extremely different, because that's when we actually go to plan it, right? So you bring up an extremely good point. And on that note, we've discussed building plans for a future municipality previously. Are we even allowed to do what we're trying to do right now? January 1st, we no longer exist. Are we actually allowed to even do this? Like, it's been suggested that we're gonna need an interim budget, but here we're doing capital budgeting. As a municipality in transition with the village of Caroline, is this all for naught come January 1st when we're no longer Clearwater County as we once were?
CEO Emmons, and I'll go to Mr. Ann.
Thank you. Actually, it's legislated. We're required to complete a budget. And I understand the point, it's not lost. It's one of the several conversations we've had with municipal affairs ourselves. If I may challenge the committee to reframe that. A big part of me feels this is more important than ever because we are amalgamating with another separate municipality. All this hard work and picking priorities, if you have that rock, so to speak, to stand on while integrating other priorities, will be a lot easier than if you have no idea of our priorities today and integrating a bunch more. It should give you a great foundation to integrate the two rather than trying to take this huge pile and what do we do now? You know, I would be curious if we applied the lessons yesterday from priority-based budgeting into this and how it landed out. I think the importance of today is absolutely correct. Both counselors, this is a snapshot, but it's the hard work that leads into a easier, more educated, wholesome budget discussion down the road.
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, just to add on to that, the restricted surpluses that are in the standard programs and services are the decisions that have already been made. So there's lots of hard work put into deciding that bridge infrastructure is a priority. Paving is a priority. The vehicle and equipment required to perform the programs and services that are in the operational budget, a priority, over the only decisions that you have left to make are these ones. The restricted surplus for the vehicles and equipment considers all of the vehicles and equipment that need to be purchased over the next 10 years, and then whatever is required has been divided amongst the 10 years. So if an additional $15 million is required in the next 10 years, then that's divided by 10 and only $1.5 million is being put into that restricted surplus over the next 10 years. So in essence, these restricted surpluses should be at zero after 10 years, unless there's savings found in the projects or purchases that need to be made in the next 10 years. So the annualized contribution is much lower than what it would be if we used the $9 million in vehicles and equipment to fund something else. Then we would have to add an annual contribution that's higher to purchase all of the items required to perform the services already sort of mandated by the county through council decisions. So these are the only decisions left to make, and I hope budget deliberations are extremely, extremely easy for you. We should not have this labored discussion at budget time because there's too much at stake to make decisions in the moment. We should have well thought out decisions made prior to those budget deliberations. Those budget deliberations should be just for adjusting here or there, not for major decision-making.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I think the previous comments have taken me a different path than when I first pressed the button, but definitely I do appreciate the efforts made yesterday to create a workshop tool that gives us another way to analyze these challenging decisions. And although I appreciate your motion, Councillor Melhoff, I cannot totally remove the waste transfer site as a priority. And I can see focusing it further down the line. I look at the work capacity of our organization. I see any year where you've got a surge of work that happens, and that means that you've got to find a way to put that into some bite-sized pieces that our administration, our staff, our contractors, this the capacity of the organization to do the work seems to be less in the $50 million a year range and more in the $30 million a year range. So we want to make sure we balance those capacities too. And using those tools from yesterday, I think there's still room for a priority for this facility at some point in the 10-year plan, maybe just not in the first 2 or 3 years. But so that's probably why I won't support your motion.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm along the same lines. To me, this is a mandated service. What it looks like, I agree, taking it off is not, I could see pushing it down the road as well. Maybe having that $275,000 identified, having that in year 27 kind of a thing versus 2025, but it needs to happen. Again, with this EPR coming on, it's integral, and at some point in this whole garbage dump, garbage landfill, et cetera, we want to be good stewards, because nobody wants it in the ditches. So anyway, all right, so there is a motion on the floor to remove I'll repeat it one more time, to remove the solid waste central site upgrade from the 10-year capital plan. I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, I've seen your light now. Councillor North, Councillor Ratcliffe.
My understanding was that this could come back in a revised format at any time. So I see no real risk from removing it as it stands.
Okay, all right. No other further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My only other comment is yes, we are mandated to provide this. I recognize that. We're not mandated on how we provide it. That's with all of our services. We can provide a service here. We can provide a service here. We can contract it out to have somebody else to provide the service. It does not tell us how we have to provide that service, simply that it needs to be provided. And that can be said for all of the services in which we provide. So we can keep that in mind while we're making some of these decisions. It doesn't necessarily have to be the top end or the bottom. We can probably end up somewhere in the middle, or at least that's typically my goal, is to end up somewhere in the middle with most of my decisions.
And I appreciate the fact that you threw a motion out, that we can get this can have some discussion. Did you have a further comment, Councillor Ratcliffe? No? Okay. Mr. Hen, and then I'll call the question.
Sure, not that I lean one way or the other, but I just wanted, Councillor Ratcliffe said there's no risk, so I just want to ensure that everyone's aware there is a risk in removing it, in that the funding gets allocated to something else, and then the funding needs to be found in another way, either increased tax revenue or debt.
Okay, thank you. All right, no more blinky lights. I will call the question. Those are in favor of removing from the 10-year capital plan. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, the motion is defeated. So now it's, okay, so I will throw a motion out there, and that is that we move the central site up a year or two, so that it would start in, the design would start in 2027 versus 2025. With it all moving up. And that would be the only amendment to that list of, and that we fund those projects identified, that are identified through the 45 million as identified in your list. And that we debt balance the balance of 2028 and beyond. So, or the council of the day can decide on the funding from that. So we would be fully funded up until the end of 2027. That will be my motion. Any discussions on my motion? Go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with one of the sentiments that Deputy Reeve Graham brought up earlier today, many hours ago at this point, I think, that if we have no intention of actually doing it, we simply should remove it. And Again, I have no intention of doing this project in its current form, so therefore I feel that it should be removed. It is different if a different version of this comes forward, that's a different conversation, but in its current form, I don't feel that it is something that my residents support, so I wouldn't support pushing it either, simply because of, I agree with Deputy Reeves' comments earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. Now, looking at, there is no more further strategic planning until we get to the budget deliberations in December. And we'll have 3 days of that, but looking forward to having, like you say, the tweaks at that point in time and going from there. I see is there any other discussion that our administration would like to ask questions about before I adjourn the meeting?
Included in your motion was to use those restricted surplus to
Yes. Yes.
fund to 2027.
To 2027,
Yep.
yep.
Okay. That's good.
Okay, so last item is to adjourn. Okay, Councillor Northcutt makes that motion. All those in favor? Thank you, and thank you, council, for powering through today.